Yong-jin executed. They had become possible fulcrums of dissent, and Kim made an example of them. The two men were executed using anti-aircraft guns, which are essentially a form of artillery. 6 months later, on the 13th of February 2017, he had his older brother, the one-time heir Kim Jong-nam, assassinated using a nerve agent while traveling through Kuala Lumpur International Airport in Malaysia. He had been living in exile since 2003. These actions cemented Kim Jong-un's position as leader of North Korea and made it evident to anyone who thought otherwise that he was firmly in control of the country. Later, in 2017, North Korea tested its most powerful nuclear weapon yet, claiming that it was a hydrogen bomb. International assessments of the magnitude of the earthquake caused by the underground detonation appeared to substantiate that this was a thermonuclear weapon of some kind. The following year, North Korea engaged in diplomatic negotiations with the administration of US President Donald Trump. These led nowhere, and North Korea has since aligned itself even more closely with Russia and China. The country continues to be run as a highly secretive kleptocracy and military dictatorship headed by the Kim family. Given the nuclear capabilities which it acquired during Kim Jong-il's tenure as dictator, it is unlikely that the system there will be overthrown anytime soon. Kim Jong-il was born into a world of violence in 1941 and lived in and around violence throughout the rest of his life. The difference was, when he was born in the middle of the Second World War, Korea was the victim of Japanese violence, whereas for most of his life, it was the Kim family who oppressed their fellow North Koreans. He grew up as his father was securing power in the north of the peninsula with the aid of the Soviets after the war with the Japanese ended, and then during the ensuing Korean War between 1950 and 1953. It was not preordained that Kim Jong-il would become the next ruler of North Korea. In the 1950s and 1960s, the country was far from the family dictatorship it subsequently became. It was only gradually from the mid-1960s to the mid-1980s that Kim was promoted within the government and positioned to become his father's successor. When he did ascend to become the second leader of North Korea in 1994, the country was descending into a terrible economic crisis and famine. This crisis, combined with the changed global political circumstances in the years after the end of the Cold War, briefly opened a window for Kim to change course and to initiate reforms that could have made North Korea a more open state that sought to rehabilitate itself on the international stage. The Sunshine Policy indicates that he did temporarily consider this course of action. Ultimately, however, he turned away from this option, with the framing of North Korea as part of the axis of evil in the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks on the United States playing a role in this too. As a result, Kim turned to an intensified nuclear weapons program as the means of ensuring the security of the regime and his family's rule. His decisions have led to the North Korea of the 21st century, one of the most isolated countries in the world, ruled over by a family dictatorship that combines an ideology centered on kleptocracy and military authoritarianism. Nonetheless, there is no denying the success of Kim's nuclear program. The regime that his son now rules over cannot be displaced by the US or any other power for fear that an invasion could trigger a nuclear attack on the city of Seoul, Tokyo, or even the west coast of the United States. Thus, in his 17 years as ruler of North Korea, Kim Jong-il cemented the rule of the Kim family in the world's strangest nation. What do you think of Kim Jong-il? Did he foolishly throw away an opportunity to end North Korea's isolation in the early 21st century? Or was he driven towards a more aggressive nuclear program because of wider geopolitical issues? Please let us know in the comments section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. It is the turn of the 20th century. China, a nation governed under the last great empire, the Qing dynasty, is about to bear witness to radical reforms and social changes never before seen in the country. The infamous Chinese Communist Party seizes power from the nationalist Kuomintang Party, establishing the People's Republic of China. One man of humble beginnings would change the very face of communist China, implementing his own liberal economic policies and creating the emerging superpower that it is today. He would rise through the ranks of the Communist Party, facing many obstacles and setbacks, but would, nonetheless, ultimately become one of the most prominent figures in recent Chinese history, and arguably one of the most important political figures of the second half of the 20th century. His name, Deng Xiaoping, the father of modern China. The man known to history as Deng Xiaoping was born on the 22nd of August 1904 in Guang'an, in the province of Sichuan in southwestern China. He was a descendant of the Hakka people, a branch of the Han Chinese. His father was Deng Wenming, a landowner in rural Sichuan, who acted as the head of the Paifeng village, having been selected by the Chinese government to collect taxes and report on issues such as crime in the region. He had received a university education in law and political science in the city of Chengdu, as well as serving as a regional agent for the central government. Wenming also collected information on political activities happening around the region. In addition, his father was heavily involved in a religious sect known as the Religion of the Five Sons, which incorporated elements of all the major philosophical and religious traditions of China, such as Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Deng's mother was Deng Dangshui. Unlike her husband, she was illiterate. She had 4 children, 3 boys, including Deng, and a daughter. However, she was absent from Deng's life from a relatively young age, succumbing to what is now believed to have been tuberculosis, dying sometime in the 1920s. Deng was the eldest child of Wen Ming and Dan Shui. Not much is known about the future Chinese leader's early life, although he was later described by villagers who knew him as a young boy as a stable, energetic, and happy child. He was also marked out by his school friends as being playful and mischievous, though serious and intelligent too. By the age of 5 in 1909, Deng began private tutoring and received his honorary name, which was customarily provided by his teacher. This was Xixian, meaning to aspire to good. He was also trained in the classical writings of Confucius and would later attend a conventional primary school where he continued his education on the ancient philosopher's work and learned to recite passages from his writings. Deng was growing up in a time of immense change throughout China. For roughly 250 years, between the start of the 17th century and the middle of the 19th, China, Japan, and Korea had closed themselves off from contact with the outside world, and in particular the European powers that had begun arriving to the Far East, fearing that the newcomers would disturb the traditions and way of life. By the 1830s, the British, French, Americans, and others had reached a stage of technological and military development where the Chinese could no longer keep them out of their ports. The introduction of Western ideas on the back of the Opium Wars launched by the British caused immense disruption in China. The second half of the 19th century saw a gradual decline in the imperial system overseen by the Qing dynasty. Yet, despite efforts to modernize, only political instability ensued. The imperial government finally collapsed in 1911, following which a Chinese republic was established. However, even then, a period of further unrest followed, in which traditional Chinese warlords ruled various parts of the country, while new progressive movements like the Kuomintang or nationalists and the communists began to emerge amongst the more educated middle classes of China's many great cities. These forces of modernization and instability formed the background against which Deng's life played out. Deng's life was being shaped by the forces of modernization from an early point. In 1915, when Deng was 11 years old, he attended a boarding school in Guang'an before moving on to middle school in the same district in 1919 at the age of 14, this time focusing his studies on science, mathematics, and geography. Then, in the fall of 1919, when Ming enrolled both Deng and his youngest son, Xiaosheng, in the Diligent Work Frugal Study program, whereby Chinese students were sent to France, halfway around the world, to study and learn modern Western ideas. It is inconceivable that such an educational move could have been considered for the sons of a middle-class Chinese politician from the provinces just a half-century earlier. The reason that Wen Ming chose France for his son's education was that in China, France was deemed a bastion for political and economic learning, while also being free of much of the political baggage of British involvement in China. Deng was unable to obtain a full scholarship due to poor grades, and he also struggled with learning French, but he did pass exams which allowed him to attend school in France. Moreover, as his father was a strong believer in the future success of his own nation, he instilled in Deng values concerning the betterment of Chinese society. Deng set sail from Shanghai on the 11th of September 1920. arriving in the port city of Marseille on the 19th of October. Upon arriving in France, he and his fellow students met with representatives of the Sino-Franco Society of Education, who escorted the students to Paris. From there, Dung was sent to the town of Bayeux in Normandy to study at a secondary school. While in school in France, the young Dung complained of discriminatory treatment towards his fellow Chinese nationals, who, according to him, were treated like children, were taught at an inferior level, and were sent to bed early. Many Chinese students also found themselves without proper food or amenities, and were forced into paid work during the economic recovery of France following the First World War. Dung managed comparatively well, using the resources his father had accrued by selling off his land to fund his son's education. Nevertheless, despite being in a relatively better position than his fellow students, 16-year-old Dung began working part-time for the Schneider & Company Iron and Steel Complex, which was situated between the cities of Paris and Lyon. As Dung was unsettled by the working conditions here, he decided to return to Paris after only 3 weeks of work to find employment. In the French capital, he moved into a Chinese neighborhood in the suburbs called La Garenne-Colombes. Whilst there, he survived on little funding and only communicated with his own community, as he knew very little French. Although Dung had attended school in France to learn about modern technology and science, his real interest lay in political demonstrations and movements. On the 21st of January 1921, Chinese nationals attended rallies at the Chinese embassy in France to demand better living and working conditions. Those involved criticized the work-study program and lack of employment, which resulted in funding being provided to the poorer civilians. But the social policies introduced in response by the Chinese ambassador Chen Lu were inept and did little to support those who were struggling financially. Shortly thereafter, further demonstrations took place in the southern French city of Lyon. Many of the Chinese students were forced to return home because of these, but Dung was not among them. During the next 4 years he spent in France, Dung had very little funds for schooling and continued his interest in political developments. Between 1922 and 1923, when his personal funding slowed, he again found work on factory floors, including for the French car manufacturer Renault. Despite enjoying the lifestyle in France, attending football matches and sampling the local cuisine, he later claimed the first 2 years he spent in France were the most valuable, teaching him about the uncertainties surrounding the capitalist economic system favored by Western nations. Many of the Chinese students remaining in France in the early to mid-1920s became influenced by Marxist and Leninist ideologies. This was an era when radical socialist movements were becoming more and more prominent across Europe in the aftermath of the success of the Russian Revolution of 1917. This prompted Dung to begin attending political meetings from 1923 until 1926. In 1924, he formed a close relationship with Zhou Enlai, who was responsible for covert publications released by the Communist Youth League, releasing their journal under the name The Red Lights. Dung became a fully fledged member of the organization later that year and was responsible for writing his own newsletters. He subsequently became editor of the journal and continued to move up the ranks of the newspaper while senior colleagues returned to China. This did not go unnoticed, and soon he was being observed by the police in France. Eventually, the French authorities raided his home in January 1926, but Dung had learned that the raid was imminent and made plans to flee from France, heading across Europe by train via Berlin to Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union. In the Russian capital, under communist patronage, Dung began studying at the Soviet Union's Eastern University, primarily focusing his studies on communist theory. He soon went on to become a member of the Chinese Communist Party and was increasingly a committed Marxist. After studying at the Eastern University for a few months, Deng moved to the Sun Yat-sen University of Moscow, which was established in 1925 and named after Sun Yat-sen, a leading Chinese nationalist who had become affiliated with the Soviet Union in the first half of the 1920s. He founded the Kuomintang and the nationalist movement back in China, which ironically, after his own time, would end up involved in a civil war with the Chinese communists. At the Sun Yat-sen University, Deng continued his education in communist principles and about the broader history of China. It was also here that he was taught the Russian language, whilst also being introduced to Russian military strategies that had evolved during the First World War and the Russian Civil War that followed. He also learned that following the Opium Wars of the 19th century and China's decline as a power, many people placed responsibility on the failure of China to modernize industrially. In this light, many people had come to believe back home in China that the best way for the country to prevent foreign interference in its affairs and become a great nation again after centuries of decline was to industrialize. Deng became convinced through his studies that the development of a communist state would be the best way to achieve this goal. Meanwhile, events in China had become tumultuous in the years that Deng was studying in Europe. In December 1915, one of the warlords, Yuan Shikai, had attempted to reconstitute the imperial system with himself as Emperor of China. This proved abortive, and by the late spring of 1916, the Republic had been re-established. The chaos continued for years thereafter, with Sun Yat-sen playing a major role in the country's politics through the late 1910s. By 1919, his nationalist party, the Kuomintang, had become the most dominant force in southern China. Other movements also emerged, notably the Chinese Communist Party, which was founded in 1921. At this early date, the nationalists and the communists had much in common. Both wanted to bring an end to the instability wrought by the old, backward-looking warlords and to modernize China. Both were also somewhat left-leaning during Sun Yat-sen's time. Thus, they found common cause in 1926, a year after Sun Yat-sen's death, and launched the Northern Expedition, whereby nationalist leaders like Chiang Kai-shek marched north from southern China towards cities like Shanghai and Nanjing, with the goal of securing the major cities of China from the warlords and establishing a strong national government once again. By 1927, they were substantially successful in their goals and had established a new national government in the city of Nanjing. In Moscow, Deng read of events in China in 1926 and early 1927 with great interest. Eventually, he decided to leave the Russian capital and set off for Xi'an in China in early 1927. Traveling via Mongolia and across the Gobi Desert. In March, he reached the front lines of the conflict and hoped to begin playing a role in the military affairs of the Northern Expedition. However, upon his arrival, Deng was consigned to delivering lectures to the army personnel of Feng Yuxiang, a commander based in northwest China who was receiving the backing of the Soviet Union. He was, though, present to see the Northern Expedition take a fateful turn, as Chiang Kai-shek led the right wing of the nationalists to engage in a purge, which sought to completely undermine the left wing of the nationalists and the communists. As part of this, many communists were killed and others imprisoned for their association with the party. Deng himself was let go unharmed, thanks to Feng Yuxiang choosing not to violently purge the communists within his ranks. Still, the purge by Chiang Kai-shek in 1927 signaled the beginning of the Chinese Civil War between the nationalists and the communists, one which, in one form or another, would last for over 2 decades. The nationalists controlled the great cities in the east of the country, while the communists moved inland and built up their base there. At the start of the Chinese Civil War, Deng went to join his communist comrades in the city of Wuhan in central China, the new capital of the communist movement. These early years of the war were very difficult for the Chinese communists. Owing to internal divisions, a split occurred between the senior-ranking members, but the communists soon regrouped under new leadership. Deng, who it must be remembered, was still just a young man of 22 when the Civil War began, obtained a position as a record keeper. It was at this time that he changed his name from Xixian to Xiaoping. His goal was to counter attempts at identifying him by the nationalists, but it was a name that stuck for the rest of his life, and by which he is remembered today. It was also around this time that he met a young communist leader by the name of Mao Zedong for the first time. He was also enlisted to teach the party's 7th Army and purge those disloyal to the communist movement. Deng married for the first time in 1928 to Zhang Shiyuan, who was a like-minded fellow student that he had first met in Moscow at the Sun Yat-sen University. They rekindled their relationship in China and married not long afterwards. However, it was short-lived, as his wife died following complications during childbirth less than 2 years later. The baby girl she was carrying was lost as well. To compound the difficulties, Deng was also unable to attend his wife's funeral due to the nature of his work during the Civil War. He married again in 1931. His second wife being Jin Wei-ying. Little is known about her, and they separated around 1933, owing to the difficulties the communists were experiencing during these years of the Civil War. Eventually, he divorced and married for a third time in 1939 to Zhuo Lin, the daughter of a Chinese businessman. This third and last marriage would last for the rest of Deng's life and resulted in 5 children, 3 daughters, Lin, Nan, and Rong, and 2 sons, Pu Feng and Zhi Feng. In the midst of his familial shifts in the late 1920s, the communists continued to experience difficulties and military reverses in the growing conflict with the nationalists. Deng began organizing communist activity in Guangxi, in the south of China, in 1929, as secretary of the 7th Red Army, leading the Bai Se uprising of Guangxi. He also soon joined forces with Mao Zedong, whose forces were situated in the Jiangxi province, to better organize his movements following defeats to the nationalists who wore down much of Deng's remaining fighters on their journey northeast, with many dying due to exposure to the elements as they were under-equipped for this journey. In February of 1930, Mao had created the Jiangxi Provincial Soviet government in the region, but faced internal problems as he was seen as anti-revolutionary because of his moderate stance on many issues. Despite an attempted overthrow on the 7th of November 1931, Mao announced the creation of a Chinese Soviet Republic in the region he controlled in Jiangxi, though his power was diminished when control of the Red Army was given to Chinese diplomat and future head of the Chinese government, Zhou Enlai. Hence, as prominent as Mao was becoming at this juncture, he was far from the absolute leader of the Chinese communists. Meanwhile, Deng continued to be a middling official within the communist movement, though one whose talents were evident and who would continue to rise. Deng's political career was somewhat harmed by his return to Shanghai in the early 1930s to try to drum up support for the communists clandestinely in the city, leaving his army faction behind. Some felt that Deng had betrayed the party and managed to escape punishment for his actions, as he had claimed he was merely a political trainer and not a commander of war. His position was possibly safeguarded thanks to the intervention of Zhou Enlai, his old friend from his days in France. After a time, Deng returned to Jiangxi province. Despite the Communist Party's popularity, Mao was locked in internal conflicts with competing military strategists, with a frequent turnover in power, causing uncertainty around the strength of their army. Opposing factions debated the military strategies being employed, with the nationalists gaining territory consistently through the early 1930s. Deng was initially demoted within the party for his allegiance to Mao, who had yet to consolidate power. But due to his long-standing commitment to the party and status as a veteran, he was subsequently promoted to party committee secretary in Ruijin, in the Ganzhou district of Jiangxi province, which was now a Soviet administrative region in China. In 1933, Deng continued to experience fluctuating fortunes within the communist movement, as some viewed him as being too right-wing, while others looked favorably on his close ties to Mao and the Jiangxi Soviet. Meanwhile, the communists as a whole were struggling to deal with a fresh attack by Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist forces. After a massive encirclement of their positions, Mao and his forces just managed to break out and flee westwards in 1934 before turning north. These events would become known as the Long March. They represented a low ebb for the Chinese communists, but in later years they would be lionized as the point at which Mao allegedly saved the communist cause and a piece of party law in decades to come. During it, an estimated 80,000 communist soldiers of the First Front Red Army, with approximately 15,000 party members and government representatives, took part in a cross-country march, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of people from starvation, exhaustion, and attacks by the Kuomintang army as they moved westwards. Only 1/10 of those that made the trip north to Yan'an survived through to the end of the Long March. It was the Long March that began Mao's path to power, as he showed great leadership skills during it, and so gained the support of the members of the Chinese Communist Party. It also aided Deng's further rise. In the year leading to October 1935, he was promoted to serve as a prominent secretary of the party, being promoted by Mao and Zhou. Furthermore, as party membership plummeted significantly across the country, as it looked like the communist cause was doomed, Deng rose to the inner circles of the Communist Party. During this time, he had been traveling with Mao throughout parts of their retreat. But by the end of the grueling adventure, he had begun to suffer from typhoid fever and almost succumbed to his illness. Although party membership fell, the virtue of their sacrifice in retreat was highly thought of, with many peasants hailing them as national heroes. Deng's backing of Zhou and Mao turned out to be to his advantage, as they controlled the direction of the party's military to a substantial extent thereafter. The entire Chinese Civil War took a dramatic turn in the years that followed. Back in 1931, the Empire of Japan had invaded the Manchuria region of northeastern China and had occupied it, establishing a puppet state called Manchukuo. While mired in the Civil War, neither the nationalists nor the communists were really in a position to strike back at the Japanese. Buoyed by the seeming ease with which they had acquired Manchuria, the Japanese continued to make incursions over the border into China in the mid-1930s. This eventually expanded into a full-blown invasion in 1937, after the Marco Polo Bridge incident in Beijing in July that year. The Sino-Japanese War would last from 1937 down to 1945, and is viewed by many as constituting the beginning of the Second World War in the Far East. In the first months of it, the major cities of the East fell to the Japanese, and the nationalists, like the communists had done years earlier, fled westwards into the Chinese interior. There, the communists and the nationalists formed a common cause and put aside their differences for as long as they had a common enemy in the form of the Japanese. Their capital was established in Chongqing, and they would fight together for the next 8 years. Deng spent much of the first few months of the war against the Japanese, ensconced in various guerrilla units operating in the northern provinces, and trying to strike against the occupation forces in Beijing and other regions of the northeast. This set the pattern for the rest of the war, with Deng generally active in provinces like Hebei and Shanxi. He notably played a senior role in the 100 Regiments Offensive in the autumn and winter of 1940, a massive engagement between 500,000 Japanese and Chinese forces across a large front. This was symptomatic of the wider war. The clash between Japan and China was equaled in ferocity during the Second World War only by that which occurred between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe. The nature of the conflict in China changed from December 1941 onwards, when Japan attacked the United States and Britain, thus providing the Chinese with new allies and a source of material aid from British Burma. Thus, by the time the US dropped the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945, and the Japanese began preparing to surrender, the uneasy coalition between the Chinese communists and nationalists were making major advances in recovering the many cities and towns along the eastern coast and rivers. Over 20 million people were dead in the Sino-Japanese clash at that stage, and the country was utterly devastated. Nevertheless, no sooner had the Second World War ended than the communists and the nationalists began preparing to resume the Chinese Civil War, which had simply been put on hiatus in 1937. Deng was involved in some brief efforts at peace talks between the two warring parties in Chongqing in the immediate aftermath of the war. These proved abortive. Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists were unwilling to compromise too much, arguing that they had the upper hand before the Japanese invasion. This was true, but the communists were in a much stronger position coming out of the war, having obtained the support of a large cross-section of the Chinese population for their spirited war effort against the Japanese, whereas the nationalists left the conflict in 1945 with a reputation for inaction and appalling corruption, having embezzled a huge proportion of the financial aid the United States had sent to China to aid in the fight against the Japanese. Fighting soon resumed. In this, Deng played a key role as both a military commander and especially as an organizer and propaganda official tied to the Second Field Army. By 1948, the war had turned decisively in favor of the communists, in large part because the Soviet Union was much more willing to aid them than the US was inclined to support the nationalists. In the final year of the conflict, Chiang Kai-shek organized a tactical withdrawal to the island of Hainan in southern China, and then to Taiwan. This was completed by the end of 1949, leaving the communists in charge of the Chinese mainland, while the nationalist Republic of China came into being on Taiwan. Theoretically, the Chinese Civil War never really ended, but to all intents and purposes, it ended in victory for the Chinese communists in 1949, with a mopping up operation to take Hainan in 1950. Towards the end of the Civil War, Deng was still playing a role in the Second Field Army, which controlled Yunnan, Sichuan, Xikang, Guizhou, and Tibet to the southwest of the country. As the conflict ended in communist victory, he oversaw a process whereby many intellectuals and students in these territories were forced into re-education camps. This was part of Mao's intellectual rectification program. The communist takeover of 1949 saw the end of the Republic of China. The state would now undergo the transition to a Chinese brand of communism that would become known as Maoism. On the 1st of October 1949, Deng attended the proclamation of the People's Republic of China in Beijing, thus welcoming the newly declared communist state into being. In its earliest days of the People's Republic, Deng served as a political and military organizer as he had done in the past. He quickly found promotion under Mao, who had emerged after the war as the preeminent figure in communist China, and found Deng's political skills to be exemplary. Thus did Deng accompany Mao on a visit to Stalinist Russia in 1950 to reaffirm the close ties between the two nations at a time when the Cold War was heating up over escalating tensions in Germany and the Korean Peninsula. The visit was also organized to discuss the terms of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance and Mutual Assistance. Much of the agreements included in this surrounded the recognition of the People's Republic of China by the Soviet Union, while matters such as infrastructural development, development of the Chinese Eastern Railway, and Soviet access to the ports of Dalian and Lushun were touched on too. These talks also secured Soviet financing for the redevelopment of China's economy after decades of war and instability. In the aftermath of the successful negotiation of the Sino-Soviet Treaty, Deng was promoted to vice premier in 1952 and held a growing number of important positions within the government, such as deputy chair of the Committee on Finance and later Minister of Finance, including a post as the director of the Office of Communications. In 1953, the increasingly powerful Mao Zedong introduced the first five-year plan in emulation of the Soviet five-year plans that had commenced back in the late 1920s and which had transformed the Russian economy. Through these, Mao aimed for China to rapidly industrialize, furthering the country's transition into socialism. A key component of this was the collectivization of agricultural land into giant state-run farms that would then be run more efficiently, freeing up labor to work in the new factories in the cities. This would also aid in removing large estates from the hands of wealthy landowners and break down the capitalist nature of Chinese society. Following this, the intention was to reorganize industry and commerce at a later stage. Although the first five-year plan was successful economically, as industrial production grew at the rate of 19% between 1952 and 1957, agriculture lagged behind, with growth rates of 4% because of a lack of state investment, the gains coming from the reorganization and cooperation fostered by cooperative farming. Through Mao's centrally planned economy and collectivization of agriculture, the industrial economy boomed, and the country's wealth grew. Living standards improved markedly for the average person. However, more stringent plans would later be implemented, which would cause great strife across the nation. In 1954, Mao consolidated his grip on the state when he entered the office of first chairman of the People's Republic of China. Deng continued to do well during this period under Mao's patronage. He retained his place as a vice premier and later secured positions as head of the Communist Party's organization department, as well as participating as a member of the Central Military Commission. He was also instrumental in influencing legislation as a government administrative officer within the Communist Party's policy-making board. Yet a growing ideological split was developing between Deng and Mao. In 1956, the party underwent constitutional change at the first session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party. Deng assumed a stronger position within the party, serving as Secretary General of the Secretariat under the Politburo. He was also involved in the country's daily decision-making, alongside President Liu Shaoqi and Premier Zhou in support of Mao. At this time, in 1956 and 1957, the 100 Flowers campaign was introduced by the government, where the people of China were allowed a rare opportunity for open criticism of the government. This, though, was not long-lived and was instead used to identify those critical of the government. Then, in 1957, Mao's anti-rightist movement emerged, which was initially supported by Deng and other leaders of the party. It would last down to the end of the 1950s and was used as a basis for purging both the communist movement and wider society of right-wing elements. Deng was not purged in any fashion, but his position within the regime was called into question in 1958 when he formed part of a splinter group which opposed the further introduction of what was termed Mao Zedong thought into the statutes of the Chinese Communist Party. Despite his earlier rise under Mao, this signaled a clear split with the leader of the country. It was a gamble, but also points towards the fact that Mao was never as secure in his position as head of Communist China as Joseph Stalin was in his control over the Soviet Union in the 1930s and 1940s. In the second session of the 8th Congress of 1958, the Communist Party adopted the Great Leap Forward as government policy. This was the second five-year plan and was Mao's vision that the country could eclipse Britain in terms of its industrial productivity within just 5 years. The Great Leap Forward was enormously ambitious and, in retrospect, quite delusional. It aimed in particular to increase Chinese steel production to a level where it would eclipse British steel production within 5 years. Ambitious targets were also developed for the amount of coal being mined in the country and other industrial processes. To ensure that these were met, pressure was placed on regional party officers to press people out of agricultural work and into industrial factories, and then to develop maximum efficiencies countrywide in the factories and mines. The result was a catastrophic famine, as party officers forced so many people off the farms that food production suffered. In some instances, the local communist officials were even known to melt down farm implements like plows and basic tools in order to increase the amount of steel they could claim was being produced. There were also problems around infrastructural projects like dam construction being undertaken in a poor and rushed fashion, leading to flooding months later and the drowning of agricultural land. By 1959 and 1960, an appalling famine was occurring, and Mao's position and authority were immensely damaged. Tens of millions of people died across China. The exact death toll is still widely disputed. As terrible as these events were, though, they benefited Deng's career. In the aftermath of the disastrous Great Leap Forward, Mao was weakened, and his political rivals saw an opportunity to move to undermine his authority. A branch of the party, one which included economic reformers like Deng and Liu Shaoqi, now sought to convince the party leaders that a new approach might be employed. At the 7,000 Cadres Conference of 1962, their proposals were greeted warmly. Mao was not in a position to aggressively oppose these. All the same, it was clear that a division had emerged between the leader and the young protege who had risen under him back in the 1930s. Further divisions were seen when Mao recommended developing what he termed the Third Front movement in the mid-1960s. By this, he meant that China needed to become more industrially and militarily independent from the Soviet Union in the context of the Cold War, owing to the growing rift between Moscow and Beijing since the mid-1950s and the death of Stalin. Deng openly opposed Mao's approach and argued against expensive investment in an enlarged military. In response to the weakening of his position as a paramount leader of China during the Great Leap Forward, Mao launched the Cultural Revolution in 1966. This was designed as a movement to purify the culture of China through a species of constant revolution, whereby counter-revolutionaries and any unreformed capitalists and bourgeois elements would be rooted out. In reality, it was an effort by Mao to galvanize his own support base and reclaim full control of the state. It quickly spun out of control as gangs of younger Chinese secondary school and university students formed into violent Red Guards who terrorized their own teachers and parents for not being ideologically fervent enough. In time, the government had to resort to programs whereby the Red Guards were sent to the countryside from the cities to try to reform their ideological fervor. Between 1 and 2 million people would be killed in atrocities across China over the next decade as the Cultural Revolution went on and on. The attacks included vendettas against a great many senior Communist Party figures. Amongst these were Deng and his close ally Liu Shaoqi, both of whom were accused of being unreformed bourgeois right-wingers on account of their earlier stated views on economic policy. Owing to all of this, Deng would spend the late 1960s and much of the early 1970s on the periphery of Chinese politics, though eventually, in 1973, under the patronage of his old ally Zhou Enlai, he was restored to the party hierarchy in Beijing and acquired new positions of authority. In February 1972, Richard Nixon visited China as the first post-communist-era president of the United States to do so. Since 1949, the US had largely acknowledged the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan as the legitimate government of China. But with the passage of more than 2 decades, the US was anxious to develop economic relations with mainland China. Nixon's administration also perceived that China had a role to play in bringing the Vietnam War to an end in a way which saved American face as much as possible, as it was a war which it was currently losing, but was still fighting. The state visit began the process of normalization of US-China relations, and eventually, in 1979, the administration of President Jimmy Carter would acknowledge the People's Republic of China. Deng played a major role in this process, both as a more junior figure within the communist regime in the early to mid-1970s, and after he became the leader of China in the late 1970s. This was a vitally important episode in modern history, as it paved the way for China's economic miracle by opening the US market to the goods China was beginning to produce in ever greater quantities. This aside, Deng's character was not always popular amongst senior American politicians, with some, such as Henry Kissinger, labeling him a, quote, nasty little man, a view shared by many people in the Nixon administration and beyond. Zhou Enlai died in January 1976. His death was soon followed by mass protests and violence at Tiananmen Square on the 5th of April 1976, as discontent at the Cultural Revolution and Mao's rule boiled over. On the day, large crowds congregated to pay their respects to Zhou, who was highly regarded among the populace. Those in attendance were considered counter-revolutionaries and were labeled as such by the Communist Party's Central Committee, who afterwards sought Deng's arrest for the alleged planning of the event. Deng himself had remained largely absent from the square, although he had been spotted visiting an area close by. As a result, he was accused of leading the protesters, a claim he strongly denied, but which meant that he lost his status as a senior member of the Communist Party and was removed from his position as vice premier. 100,000 people descended on the square and riots broke out, with government buildings being taken over. Security forces, led by the Gang of Four that had obtained substantial power during the Cultural Revolution, cleared the square with a militia. The Tiananmen Square incident not only led to Deng's dismissal from his positions, he was also placed under house arrest by the regime. But then, only 5 months after the riots, an ailing Mao Zedong died of a heart attack on the 9th of September 1976 at the age of 82 years old. Thereafter, Deng was quickly rehabilitated within the party, and indeed his resistance to Mao's growing autocracy from the late 1950s onwards and alternate vision for China's economic development made him a frontrunner to become Mao's successor. In the course of 1977, He was restored as the vice premier and also promoted to become vice chairman of the Chinese Communist Party and vice chairman of the Military Commission and Army Chief of Staff. Wang Guofeng, a military leader, was made the temporary leader of China during a transitional period following Mao's death, while the infamous Gang of Four were attacked by the government they had so recently led, with several members spending much of the 1980s and 1990s imprisoned. With the end of the Cultural Revolution and a severe swing in China's politics following Mao's death, Deng was pronounced as the paramount leader of the People's Republic of China in 1978 and became the de facto leader of the communist state. Deng would rule China for the best part of a decade and a half, down to the early 1990s. The era of his leadership became known for policies collectively known as Luoyuan Fanzheng, a term which translates to something close to eliminating chaos and returning to normal. A clear statement about how China was leaving behind the instability and violence of Mao's time as head of state and moving progressively forwards. The Cultural Revolution was very firmly brought to an end, and reprisals were sought against those who had led the violence. Ideological divisions were toned down, and the communist government became much more tolerant. Gone was the unrepentant quasi-Stalinist approach, with the supreme disregard for the value of human life which Mao had displayed. In its place was a new government of stability, harmony and progress, which Deng, a much more tranquil and stable character than Mao, would oversee without fanfare or excessive efforts to promote himself as absolute leader of China. Some of the key elements of Luoyuan Fanzheng were the policies of opening up and the four modernizations. Opening up involved the adoption of many elements of free market capitalism. Much of the Chinese economy would continue to be run along communist lines, with large proportions of it controlled by the government and owned collectively. But in reality, China began to adopt much of the Western capitalist approach from an economic perspective from 1978 onwards. This included purchasing goods from more countries than it previously had, many of them US-aligned Western countries. More saliently, it involved selling the goods which China was producing in ever greater quantities to Western countries, and above all, a number of key states like the US, Britain, Germany, and France, countries that, in time, would develop a voracious appetite for cheap Chinese electronics and manufactured goods. The Four Modernizations was a term for the more wide-ranging reform of Chinese society to facilitate this broader economic development. For instance, the Chinese education system changed completely under Deng in the course of the 1980s to emphasize training people to better the economy, rather than placing emphasis on churning out ideological communists. Many of these were ideas that had been championed for years by figures like Zhou Enlai, but it was under Deng they had become state policy. All of these reforms led to the beginning of the Chinese economic miracle. Starting in the late 1970s, Chinese economic policy was reorientated towards being export-driven and producing goods which would find a large foreign market. In the late 1970s and for much of the 1980s, the products involved were very different to what China is known for today. Much of its trade balance sheet in the Deng years involved very basic manufactured goods and products made from agricultural products and basic industry. Then, as the Chinese economy quickly developed and the educational reforms began to have an impact, there was a shift towards more complex goods. Much of this echoed the model previously used in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, as China moved towards the production of small electronic goods, automobiles, and the like. The next stages would occur after Deng's time, as China has moved towards establishing its own major corporate entities that have challenged US companies in the spheres of computing and much else besides. The government did an awful lot in China in the late 1970s and throughout the 1980s to encourage this economic shift. For instance, special economic zones were created in cities like Shenzhen and Shanghai. The result was that China experienced average GDP growth rates of about 8 or 9% annually through the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s, sometimes peaking at 15%. Admittedly, there had been years of phenomenal growth in China under Mao, but there was no stability to this, with years of nearly 20% growth followed by economic crashes that then lasted 2 or 3 years. The Deng years brought much greater stability. In the process, an enormous societal shift occurred as middle-class aspirants engaged in arguably the largest mass migration in human history, with hundreds of millions of Chinese people leaving the countryside and moving into the new megacities, which developed along the course of the Yellow, Pearl, and Yangtze rivers. A visitor to China today can arrive to cities of 10 or 15 million people, which were little more than towns when Deng became leader of the country in 1978. The development of these urban centers is very much the legacy of Mao's successor. Deng's time as head of the Chinese state also saw the continuation of the rapprochement with the United States that had begun under Mao. Where the US led, other Western countries followed. This was significant in terms of China's relations with the United Kingdom and Portugal, both of which still had territorial enclaves in southern China as a legacy of their colonial involvement here. In Portugal's case, this was Macau, and in Britain's, the territory of Hong Kong. In 1984, Deng's government successfully negotiated the Sino-British Joint Declaration with the administration of Margaret Thatcher. Under the terms of this, provisions were made for Britain to hand Hong Kong back to China in 1997, but following the principle of one country, two systems, whereby Hong Kong would become part of China while retaining its democratic system in a form of self-government. 3 years later, a separate agreement was reached with Portugal for a similar handover of Macau in 1999. In large part because of the negotiation of the Sino-British Joint Declaration, and also owing to the phenomenal economic growth the country was experiencing, peaking at over 15% GDP growth in 1984, Deng was named Time Person of the Year in 1985. He had previously been named Person of the Year in 1978, joining a very short list of individuals such as Joseph Stalin, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Ronald Reagan, who had been named as the Person of the Year on 2 separate occasions. No assessment of Deng's time as leader of the People's Republic can overlook the fact that China's controversial one-child policy was initiated in 1979, a year into Deng's tenure. By the end of the 1970s, the country's population had nearly 1 billion people. It had been growing at an enormous rate in the aftermath of the drop caused by the disastrous Great Leap Forward 20 years earlier. In 1962, the population had been around 665 million people. It grew to 850 million or so by 1970, and was continuing to expand year on year by an average of nearly 20 million. By 1979, government demographers and planners felt that intervention was necessary to prevent the population exceeding 1.5 billion before the end of the 20th century, and so the one-child policy was introduced. Through this, it was, in theory, established that each couple should only have 1 child each. However, so many stipulations were placed on it in the years that followed, that in theory, less than half the population actually had the one-child policy imposed on them. While a policy of this kind can only ever be applied in practice to a limited extent. For instance, fines were imposed on families that exceeded the one-child limit, but some families were simply affluent enough that they accepted the fine and had a second or third child. The policy was successful over time in terms of its stated aim. Population growth slowed in the 1980s, then further in the 1990s, and very much so in the 2000s. The problem is that it caused many social problems in terms of implementation, as well as sociological issues in the long term. Moreover, today, nearly a half century later, China is facing a demographic crisis caused by a rapidly aging population and overall population decline in the decades to come. This will forever be one of the more controversial elements of Deng's time as leader of China. Of course, there was another, even more controversial chapter in his time as head of the Chinese Communist regime. In mid-April 1989, mass protests began at Tiananmen Square in Beijing following the death of Hu Yaobang, a leading reformer within the Chinese Communist Party. The protesters were aware of wider movements in Europe to reform the communist governments of countries like the Soviet Union, Poland, and East Germany. The unrest was also the outcome of a society which, for better or worse, had experienced immense changes in the decades since Deng took over, whether it was the introduction of the one-child policy or the opening up of the economy. Negotiations between the protesters and the government had been underway, but the unrest had spread across China, inspiring protests in other cities. With no resolution in sight, in early June 1989, Deng ordered the breaking up of the protesters on Tiananmen Square. Martial law was declared late on the 3rd of June, and the following day, soldiers and tanks rolled into central Beijing. The exact nature of what happened on the 4th of June remains widely debated. A bloody crackdown ensued, such that it has become known as the Tiananmen Square Massacre, but the exact death toll has been placed anywhere between a few hundred people to thousands across the country. The truth is unclear. What is evident is that the crackdown in 1989 presaged the Chinese Communist Party's iron grip on power down to the present day, and the reluctance of the state to introduce any kind of liberal reforms in response to public protest. It would also be one of Deng's last acts as the head of the government. Late in 1989, at 85 years of age, he stepped down from his position as chairman of the Central Military Commission, a move which indicated his intention to start handing over power to his successors, Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao. Deng had stepped down from his position as chairman of the Central Military Commission in 1989. This, along with the damage to his authority which had occurred as a result of the Tiananmen Square protests, had weakened not just his position, but also the reform program which he had launched a decade earlier. Many people within the communist hierarchy believed that China was liberalizing too swiftly and was moving completely away from the roots of the Chinese Communist Revolution, a view which was compounded when attempted reforms of the Soviet Union by Mikhail Gorbachev in the 1980s inadvertently caused the collapse of the communist governments there and elsewhere in Eastern and Central Europe between 1989 and 1991. In order to prevent the same occurring in China, the reforms were rolled back in many respects in 1990 and 1991. It was this which led Deng to undertake his famous Southern tour over the space of 5 weeks from mid-January 1992 into late February, visiting many cities and economic centers in cities like Shanghai and Shenzhen. Deng reaffirmed that modernization and opening up were the way forward for China. He managed to win over sufficient support that it re-galvanized the Communist Party's belief in the program he had started. The Southern Tour was a vital moment in ensuring the continuation of the modernizing program and the economic miracle. In the years that followed, Deng continued to be in partial retirement, with Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao theoretically controlling the Communist Party and the state. However, it is widely understood that Deng was a kind of emeritus ruler of China for much of the 1990s, insofar as his policies continued to be adhered to after the Southern Tour, and he was always consulted by Jintao and others in an unofficial capacity on major policy matters. Yet he was also an old man by the mid-1990s, and his health was declining. In 1995, it was confirmed he was suffering from Parkinson's disease, and his movements were increasingly restricted. He died on the 19th of February 1997 at 92 years of age from a combination of illnesses, including a severe lung infection. Several weeks of national mourning and commemoration followed for one of modern China's most significant leaders. The Chinese economic miracle continued, and in fact only accelerated into the 2000s. Owing to the reforms he set in place, China is the world's second largest economy and is predicted to become the largest at some point in the mid-2030s. Deng Xiaoping was an understated figure. He lived most of his life in the shadow of figures like Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai between the 1940s and the 1970s, and even when he did rise to become the leader of the People's Republic of China, he was content not to broadcast his rise to become the paramount leader too overtly, certainly not in the same way which Mao did. Furthermore, he was unusual amongst the modern leaders of China, in that he partially retired and stepped down from frontline politics in the early 1990s, once he believed his work was largely done. But this lack of fanfare should not lead us to view Deng as a more minor ruler of China. Deng Xiaoping was the architect of modern China. He moved the country away from the Maoist version of communism and developed a more market-orientated economy, one which blended elements of communism and capitalism. He also continued to repair relations with the United States and opened up China's economy to the world. In doing so, he was the architect of the Chinese economic miracle of the period between the 1980s and 2000s. Modern China owes much more to Deng Xiaoping's legacy than that of Mao Zedong. Indeed, when the history of the 21st century is written, although he died in 1997, many will note that in setting China on the path to becoming a superpower to rival the United States, Deng substantially shaped the century that followed his own time. What do you think of Deng Xiaoping? Was he the great hero of China's modern economic and political reform, the individual who brought about the Chinese economic miracle, or was he an unreformed communist strongman who should be viewed more in the light of the Tiananmen Square massacre of 1989? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. On the 6th of October 1976, Jiang Qing, the widow of Mao Zedong, the man who had ruled communist China from 1949 until his death in September 1976, was arrested. Jiang was rare in communist China as a woman who had risen to play a prominent role in the country's politics. Yet even her position as Mao's former wife couldn't prevent her from being sentenced to life in prison. What had she done to prompt the communist regime to destroy her once Mao's reign had ended? This is the story of Jiang Qing, the real driving force behind the Cultural Revolution. The woman known to history as Jiang Qing, Madame Mao, was born in the spring of 1914 in the town of Juchang in Shandong Province, China. Her exact date of birth is disputed, though she was almost certainly born in March 1914. Her parents gave her the name Li Shumeng. Jiang Qing was a name she adopted many years later, after joining the communist cause in China. Her father, Li De-wen, was a carpenter with his own shop. He also operated a small inn. Her mother, whose name has been lost to history, was Li De-wen's secondary wife or concubine, and Shumeng was the couple's only child. Though her father was a fairly prosperous tradesman, Shumeng and her mother benefited little from her father's prosperity. Li De-wen had a legitimate wife and 5 other older children. While she experienced a good deal of bullying, both physical and emotional, from her older half-siblings, her mother endured far worse from Li De-wen, a heavy drinker who often beat her. Some biographers have speculated that the relationship between Shumeng's parents might have come about following the family's engagement of her mother as a domestic servant. Life became even less stable for Shumeng and her mother in 1920. During the annual Lantern Festival, Li De-wen became excessively drunk and enraged by a disagreement with his second wife and savagely beat her with a spade, breaking one of her fingers. According to her own later account, 6-year-old Shumeng tried to defend her mother, and her father's spade struck her mouth, breaking one of her teeth. Shortly following this terrible episode, Li Shumeng's mother left the family home for good, with her daughter in tow. Mother and daughter remained in Juchang for less than 2 years, during which time Shumeng started elementary school. She found the atmosphere little more bearable than her father's family home had been. The other students bullied her mercilessly for her awkwardness, her shabby clothes, and unconventional background, just as her siblings had done. She was expelled from her first elementary school after just 1 term. Li Shumeng was growing up in a tumultuous and often violent world. Just 3 years before she was born, the Chinese imperial system that had existed for thousands of years had been overthrown. A new republican government was established, though in reality the country descended into anarchy, with local warlords claiming power in different parts of China. Shumeng regularly heard the crackle of gunfire on her way to school as local conflicts raged and the government tried to impose law and order. Life was especially difficult for Shumeng and her mother in these circumstances. Sometime in 1924 or 1925, Li De-wen died in a typhus outbreak. He left the bulk of his property and estate to his legitimate wife and children, but he also bequeathed to his secondary wife and illegitimate daughter the part ownership of the house. Li Shumeng's mother, now nearing 40 and beginning to suffer from significant health problems, wrote to her parents, who lived in Jinan in northwestern Shandong, for help. The elderly couple had only 1 other daughter, and were presumably relieved to have their daughter and grandchild come to live with them, and perhaps to help care for them in their old age. Using a portion of their small inheritance, Shu Meng and her mother purchased train tickets, packed their few belongings, and left for Jinan. Once there, Li Shumeng was given a new name, Li Yunhe. Whether she received her new name from her family or her new school is unclear, but either way, almost everyone who knew her agreed that the name did not suit her. Yunhe, meaning crane in the clouds, suggested a far more serene, gentle and passive character than Li Yunhe possessed, as her early experiences had made her rebellious, defiant, and fiercely independent. Rather than stoically accepting mean or poor treatment at others' hands, Yunhe invariably fought back and asserted herself. After what she had seen of life as a poor, marginalized daughter, Yunhe could only reject the Confucian ideals which her family and her school were trying to teach her. A virtuous woman, according to Confucian philosophy, obeyed her father, her husband, and, after his death, her own son. She was to be modest, chaste, neat, quiet, and a willing and able housekeeper. But to Yunhe, the three obediences and the four virtues were nothing more than handy propaganda, and her life experiences had taught her to resist these traditional Chinese values. 10-year-old Yunhe resumed her elementary education in Jinan, but fared little better than she had in Jucheng. Her classmates still bullied her, ridiculed her awkwardness, and ostracized her for being the girl without a father. Rather than run home and cry to her family, however, Yunhe instead grew harder. Nourishing a fierce pride, she refused to speak when her family inquired about her bruises or her torn book bag. Yunhe finished her formal education in 1926 or 1927, when she was about 12 or 13 years old. Around this time, Yunhe and her mother traveled to Tianjin, perhaps for better work prospects, where they stayed for several months with one of Yunhe's half-sisters. Yunhe did not return to school, but earned her keep doing housework for her older sister. She particularly hated having to do household chores and tried instead to get a job rolling tailor-made cigarettes for a local tobacco company, which her family was quick to forbid. In 1928, her mother married again, although the details of her marriage and new life are unknown. Yunhe continued to live with her grandparents in Jinan for only a few months more. She did not return to school, and it is possible that her grandparents could not afford the fees. Instead, in a move that seemed to suit her unconventional and rather individualistic personality, she joined a local theatre troupe. It is unclear whether Yunhe ran away from her grandparents' home to become an actor, or if she was coerced into doing so. Whatever the circumstances, Yunhe appeared to love the performing life and remained with the company for a year or more. As Yunhe gained more experience and was given more and more significant acting roles, she realized that directors and audiences liked her. She began to gain confidence in her developing artistic abilities as a result. One night, many months after Yunhe had disappeared from her grandparents' home, the elderly couple attended a production of the Beijing opera Beating the Princess at a small suburban theater in Jinan. When the leading lady took the stage in a magnificent silk robe and a headdress bedecked in pearls, Yunhe's grandparents were shocked to discover that the graceful and talented ingenue on stage was their own granddaughter. The couple were forced to pay an unknown but apparently exorbitant sum of money to persuade the theatre owner to release Yunhe from the company and allow her to return home. We do not know what Yunhe's reaction was to being removed from the theatre company, but there is reason to believe she was disappointed, for she actively sought more involvement in the theatre and artistic training shortly after returning home with her grandparents. In 1929, Yunhe passed preliminary exams and was accepted to the new Experimental Arts Academy, funded by the Shandong provincial government. As one of the few low-income students to gain admission to the school, Yunhe received subsidies in the form of free accommodation and meals, as well as a regular allowance of 6 yuan per month. She studied acting, playwriting, and music with accomplished professors, trained in both Chinese and Western styles and techniques. It was during this year at theatre school that Yunhe's later political beliefs and overall worldview began to develop. Although the school was established in an old Confucian temple in Jinan, the professors were young, with modern ideas and political beliefs which leaned closer to the communists than to the nationalists in the Chinese Civil War that had broken out between these two groups in 1927. The left-leaning stance of teachers and students at the acting academy did not lead to them opposing foreign influence in China or prevent them from embracing Western artistic mediums, styles, and techniques, or even European plays. Similarly, while they embraced the collectivist social and political ethic of communism, they admired the romance and individualism of Western art, many examples of which the later Chinese Communist Party would officially deem capitalistic and counter-revolutionary. It was during her year at this experimental theatre school that Yunhe first read Henrik Ibsen's A Doll's House, an outright indictment of marriage as a social and political prison for women. This play resonated deeply with Yunhe, and it remained her favorite dramatic work. Yunhe's personality was beginning to emerge more decidedly at theatre school. As only one of 3 girls studying there, she had a certain amount of notoriety among her fellow students, which she amplified with her boldness. Her classmates remembered her as pretty, outgoing, plain-spoken to the point of being labelled pushy, and unafraid to be daring. On one occasion, a group of her male classmates set one another a challenge to prove their manhood. The student who would brave the forbidding temple sanctuary to remove and retrieve the headdress from a statue of Confucius there would be accounted the most courageous. This challenge went unanswered for several days, as none of the boys were fearless enough to attempt it. They were shocked one evening to see Yunhe stroll casually out of the temple sanctuary with the headdress in hand. "I never thought that a girl could do that," remembered one of her male classmates. Unfortunately, the experimental theatre school was closed a year after it opened, a victim of the turbulent political environment. Yunhe briefly tried her luck in Beijing, securing a few small roles, but she was apparently not considered sophisticated or well-trained enough for Beijing opera, and she soon returned to Jinan. Unwilling to work outside the arts, and even more unwilling to accept a position as a domestic servant or other similar position for which her minimal education qualified her, 16-year-old Yunhe got married instead. Her husband, a wealthy merchant's son named Fei, had first seen Yunhe in one of her early theatre productions and had become an instant and ardent admirer. Her family were likely relieved. For instance, biographers speculate that her grandparents were supportive of the marriage because a dowry was typically required, and there was no one else in Yunhe's life who could have provided it. Perhaps they were simply grateful that Yunhe had entered an honorable marriage and would now presumably settle down to a more traditional life, which would bring her security. As it turned out, Yunhe's first marriage lasted only a few months. Though he no doubt found the prospect of marriage to an actress exciting initially, Fei soured on his new wife within weeks, and Yunhe returned the favor. As tradition demanded, she had moved into Fei's family home following their marriage, but she had no intention of performing the traditional wifely role. Her mother-in-law disliked her for what she viewed as Yunhe's laziness. She slept late every morning, did few, if any, household chores, did no cooking, and went out to parties, dinners, and the theatre with her friends at night. Fei's outraged mother complained to her son that, instead of taking care of her family, Yunhe seemed to expect others to wait on her. Fei and Yun-He soon began to argue constantly. He had believed she would accept the traditional role and duties of marriage, but she was affronted by what she viewed as his unreasonable and unrealistic expectations. She gave Fei a choice: move out of his family home with her, or grant her an unconditional divorce. Fei and Yun-He divorced in 1931. In 1930s China, divorce was seen as a significant act of emancipation from members of the nascent women's movement. Like girls and women who resisted the traditional practice of foot binding, to seek a divorce was an act of women's liberation. However, it was also still largely controversial for most people, and it is possible that Yun-He's split from her husband served to distance her from her family. Rather than return to her grandparents, she traveled to the bustling seaside metropolis of Qingdao to attempt a fresh start. Yun-He arrived there in the spring of 1931 and promptly sought out one of her professors from theatre school, Jiao Tai-mo, who was now employed as a professor and dean at Qingdao University. She did not have the academic credentials for admittance to the university, and neither did Dean Zhao know of any theatre work for which he could recommend her, but he kindly set her up with temporary accommodation in the university dormitories. Deciding to try another tactic, Yun-He paid a visit to Zhao's wife, Yu Shan. Moved to compassion by the girl's story, Yu used her influence to get Yun-He a job as a clerk at the university library on campus. Although she was described as pushy and unaccommodating by some who knew her there, Yun-He made the most of her new circumstances and received much of her political education while she was living in Qingdao. Though she could not formally register at the university, she attended lectures on theatre, literature, and music, as well as politics, history, and philosophy. Yun-He, well situated by her difficult childhood to absorb the outrage against the long-standing class system, readily subscribed to many of the central tenets of communism. Class struggle was a concept that particularly resonated with Yun-He. Most of Yun-He's direct engagement with communist politics in Qingdao occurred as a result of her involvement in local theatre. She joined the Seaside Theatre Company, a political theatre troupe which wrote, staged, and toured small-scale productions promoting revolutionary values, as well as anti-imperial and anti-foreign messages in the wake of the Japanese occupation of northeastern China. While most young Chinese artists at this time aligned more closely with the communists than the nationalists, few broadcast this fact at a time when the nationalists were close to defeating the communists in the Civil War. Nonetheless, Yun-He secretly became a party member during her residence in Qingdao. Friends reflected years later that Yun-He's understanding of politics and philosophy was never very sophisticated. In fact, one acquaintance remarked that she probably couldn't have explained clearly what capitalism actually was and what the distinctions between it and communism were. Despite her relative lack of political sophistication, Yun-He became a zealous party member. Another factor which strengthened Yun-He's political education in Qingdao was a new relationship. Yu Qi-wei was a genial and intelligent biology major at the university, the handsome younger brother of Dean Zhao's wife, Yu Shan. Yun-He and Qi-wei met at his sister's house and soon began dating one another. They fell in love and opted for an informal cohabitation rather than a formalized marriage, which was unusual at the time. Though Qi-wei was quite a brilliant student, he spent most of his time engaged in politics, a fact reflected in his average grades. They worked together assiduously, both in secret and in public, for the general promotion of the cause, especially through the theatre, but also through participation in public protests. In late 1932, Qi-wei was arrested for his political activities and only secured his release through the intervention of an influential uncle who worked for the nationalist government. Yun-He was questioned by police about her partner's political activities, but it is unclear to what extent she cooperated with their investigation. When Chi Wei was finally released, he did not return to Yun-He, but left Qingdao quietly to pursue another mission on the Communist Party's behalf. We do not know why his relationship with Yun-He ended so abruptly. Biographers have speculated that she may have incriminated him during her police interviews, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Whatever the reason, when Chi Wei left, Yun-He was heartbroken. As she had previously done when she left Jinan, she endeavored to look forward rather than backward and decided to try for a new life in Shanghai, the center of the country's developing film industry. 19-year-old Yun-He arrived at Shanghai in 1933. The richest and most cosmopolitan urban center in China, Shanghai was known as the city for sale, and the film industry attracted numerous young and hungry artists from all over China. As was the case in Beijing, casting directors and theater owners had their pick of hopeful artists, and Yun-He initially had a hard time becoming established here. She secured some limited work with local political theater troupes, similar to the one she had worked with in Qingdao. But the newest artists and theater companies were apt to end up sewing costumes, painting sets, and doing big parts for months before being offered more significant roles, if any. To make ends meet, Yun-He took a teaching job, which luckily included free accommodation. Yun-He's busy new life did not preclude her continued involvement in politics, as most Shanghai artists at the time had communist political sympathies. The arts in China, especially theater, had always been a political arena. In the former imperial era, theater bolstered the class system, reinforced Confucian values, and encouraged social order. By the 1930s, theater was expressing and disseminating revolutionary values. Yun-He joined the League of Left-Wing Theater Artists and also engaged in classes in the arts, politics, and philosophy at Shanghai University, where the academic establishment had similar communist leanings. Unfortunately for Yun-He, these activities led to her imprisonment during a nationalist government crackdown of Shanghai. Differing accounts exist of Yun-He's jail term. According to her own report, she remained incarcerated for 8 months and was subject to cruel and neglectful treatment. She claimed to have maintained a fierce and defiant attitude toward the authorities, and also noted that she lost a dangerous amount of weight in jail. Her release came about following an intervention by a friend and on health grounds. After her release from prison, she appeared dramatically thinner, drawn and pale. According to police records, however, Yun-He was imprisoned for only 3 months, not 8. Contrary to Yun-He's own account, the guards who watched over her treated her well, and they remembered her as charming, with a good sense of humor. No doubt she was anxious for both freedom and self-preservation. As soon as Yun-He had dictated and signed a confession, the guards claimed that she was released with a warning to distance herself from any future communist activities. When Yun-He was released, she did just that, refocusing her energy instead on pursuing her career as an actor. To that end, she soon took a new stage name, Lan Ping, meaning Blue Apple. In 1935, a production of Ibsen's Nora opened at Shanghai's Golden City Theatre. The play ran for 2 months, an unusually long run for any play in Shanghai. Opening night was well attended. All were allegedly transfixed by Lan Ping, the former Li Yun-He, in the title role. Her reportedly incredible performance finally brought her to the notice of Shanghai's artistic community and theatergoers. 1935, recalled one critic for a local newspaper, was the year of Nora. Lan Ping soon began to get steadier acting work. She never became wealthy, but nonetheless achieved greater financial security than she ever had before. She gladly embraced her new independence, as it allowed her to upgrade her lifestyle. For a person with such a revolutionary bent of mind, she enjoyed a rather bourgeois existence and embraced many Western attitudes and fashions. Like many young women artists in diverse and cosmopolitan Shanghai, she admired the films and attitudes of Greta Garbo and Mae West, and she often dressed and did her makeup in the Hollywood style. She pursued romantic relationships on her own terms. Tang Na, a Shanghai theatre critic, first saw Lan Ping on stage as Nora in her breakout role. He was immediately infatuated with her, and the two soon began dating, moving in together after a few months. As Lan Ping's star began to rise with the beginning of her film career, she and Tang Na were sometimes mentioned in Shanghai's gossip columns. Her visibility led to opportunities at both political film companies and major studios. Though she starred in at least 9 films during this period, Lan Ping's biggest successes in Shanghai's film industry were Old Bachelor Wang and Blood on Wolf Mountain. Despite the apparent glamour of their life together among the city's bohemian artists, Lan Ping and Tang Na had a tempestuous and ultimately toxic relationship. Despite their issues, the couple married in 1936. The marriage fell apart within a year, and almost certainly should have ended before then. Both seemed to expect absolute faithfulness from the other, and yet neither seemed able to give it in return. Lan Ping favored a divorce, but was forced to remain with her husband for several more months after Tang Na, in his despair at the prospect of losing her, attempted on several occasions to take his own life. By 1937, the Shanghai Lan Ping knew and loved was beginning to disappear. The Japanese were poised to invade after the Marco Polo Bridge incident triggered the outbreak of the Second Sino-Japanese War, and the film and theatre industry would be sure to grind to a halt in Shanghai. Local artists were already dispersing, and soon the communists and nationalists would put aside their differences to fight the common enemy in what was effectively the beginning of the Second World War in the Far East, before it ever broke out in Europe. Before she left Shanghai, Lan Ping authored a local journal article entitled Our Life, a revolutionary artist's manifesto which clearly presaged some of her most infamous later deeds during the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s. In this, she insisted that art and drama were social tools and vehicles for change rather than bourgeois diversions. Artists were not mere dolls, the playthings of audiences or the prey of producers and directors. They were revolutionaries, active creators, and must, above all, be independent-minded and strong in spirit. This manifesto, her ex-husband Tang Na later remarked cynically, was Lan Ping's meal ticket to the rising establishment of the Communist Party. But there is good reason to believe that she meant every word of what she wrote in this article. After she left Shanghai, Lan Ping journeyed to Yan'an and the headquarters of the communist rebels led by Mao Zedong. The renewed threats to China of imperialism and capitalism had convinced her to pursue the revolutionary cause directly, rather than simply as an artist. She first reconnected with some of her past party comrades, who were helpful in introducing her and vouching for her with the Communist Party officials surrounding Mao. Lan Ping was accepted at Yan'an and began taking classes at Lushun College, where she also taught drama classes herself, part-time. Mao Zedong's third marriage was on the rocks by this point. His then-wife, He Zejun, was one of the few revolutionary women who had been with Mao and his rebel army all through the Long March back in 1934 and 1935, when the communists had only barely managed to avoid complete defeat by the nationalists by breaking out of an encirclement and marching a long distance across China to regroup. Unfortunately, her husband had tired of her. Disgusted and betrayed, He Zejun finally left Yan'an and Mao. Lan Ping and Mao Zedong first became acquainted in the fall of 1938, when Mao came to give a talk at the college. Lan Ping was present, listening raptly as Mao discussed the social and political importance of art, and she rose to her feet to clap enthusiastically when he finished his speech. Mao was much less remote to his supporters at this early stage, and easily approachable on the streets of Yan'an. Lan Ping found the courage to introduce herself to Mao after his lecture, and the two shared some brief and friendly conversation. They continued to meet and spend time together in the ensuing weeks, and soon became lovers. When they decided to marry, the couple encountered significant opposition from Mao's fellow communist leaders, particularly the future Premier Zhou Enlai, General Zhu De, and Chief of Staff Liu Xiaoqi. Lan Ping was controversial. She had come to Yan'an from Shanghai, a nationalist stronghold that most rural communists considered bloated with bourgeois privilege, excess, and permissive nods to capitalism and imperialism. She was also attractive, stylish, and modern, everything that the poor, unpolished, and hard-working proletariat was supposed to despise, according to communist theory. Mao insisted to his top officials, however, that his marriage to Lan was necessary. Without her love, he said, he could not continue the revolution. He even threatened to return home to Hunan province and become a mere farmer. The party and military officials surrounding Mao eventually relented. He was granted a divorce from He Zejun and permitted to marry Lan Ping, as long as she stayed out of the running of the communist hierarchy. Thus, within just a year and a half of her arrival at Yan'an, Lan Ping was married to one of the most powerful men in China. To mark the occasion of their wedding, they chose Lan Ping's new name together, Jiangqing, meaning Green River, in reference to line from a sentimental Tang Dynasty poem. The first 10 years of Jiang and Mao's marriage were harmonious between them, though they were lived against the backdrop of the immensely destructive war with Japan down to 1945, and then the resumption of the civil war with the nationalists. Jiangqing gave birth to a daughter in 1940, the only child she and Mao would have together. Interestingly, the girl was not given her father's name, instead being given Jiang's original maiden name. Li Na lived closely with both her parents during her early childhood, and could often be found playing on the floor of her father's office while Mao was working or taking meetings with party members. She was raised as a sister to He Zejun's youngest daughter, Li Min, who, strangely, was also given Jiang's maiden name. Though she had railed all her life against submitting to traditional marriage and domesticity, Jiang nonetheless seemed happy in these early years. She served as one of Mao's secretaries, a vague and barely articulated position which included report writing and general paperwork on Mao's behalf. She was honored as Mao's wife and admired for her seeming grit during the war against the Japanese and later the struggle with the nationalists. As time went by, she began to demand special accommodations and was invariably catered to. Such was her influence with Mao. Even when the ardor of their marriage began to fade, and Mao's eye began to wander to younger women once again, Jiang did not react the way her predecessor had. She tolerated his many mistresses and affairs. In 1949, the communists finally defeated the nationalists, the remnants of which fled under the leadership of Chiang Kai-shek to Taiwan. Mao's triumphant establishment as the ruler of the new People's Republic of China created greater distance between husband and wife. Mao was now busier than ever, and the bureaucratic and security apparatus which grew up around him at the capital in Beijing served to remove Jiang Qing from her husband's daily routine. As the wife of a leading revolutionary on the road, her presence during strategy and policy discussions had been accepted. Now, in the halls of power, where women were rarely, if ever, elevated to influential positions in China, she found herself excluded. She had faced significant health challenges during the war, even suffering from an attack of tuberculosis, for which she underwent a month of treatment in the Soviet Union. But it was when Jiang Qing found herself blocked from any position of power that Jiang's health, both physical and mental, began to suffer. Aware of her desire to be more than a secretary, Mao arranged for Jiang to head one or two committees charged with assessing theatre and film for alignment with party politics. Initially excited and motivated, Jiang dove into the work. But she soon began to find the position infuriating, as her recommendations were only heeded when Mao happened to agree with them, which he frequently did not. Her working relationships worsened, as did her colleagues' opinions of her. Jiang had always been a defiant, forceful personality and difficult to work with, but now she became even more difficult. Numerous interviews with contemporaries recalled Jiang's increasingly unreasonable behavior in the 1950s. She made many enemies among Chinese filmmakers, playwrights, and theatre directors for criticizing or attempting to ban their work. Though Jiang was now a mature and politically powerful woman, she had gained little more intellectual sophistication. She believed that art in the new China should only focus on and celebrate proletarian victory and communist values. Anger from her painful childhood may have also been at play here, with her ideas about political justice being bound up with the notion of personal vengeance. Those who displeased her often found themselves and their work dealt with more harshly than they deserved to be. Her feelings of impotence and her anxiety at the new distance between her and her husband began to manifest in her health. Depressed and bored to distraction, she began to complain of feeling physically ill. Dr. Li Jie-sui, Mao's private doctor, recalled that as far as he could see, there was nothing really wrong with Jiang Qing. Her frequent fatigue, mysterious aches and pains, heart palpitations, and anxiety were common, he said, to virtually all of the patients he treated among Mao's inner circle. The exceptionally high stress and culture of fear which prevailed among those at the top of the power structure was striking. Jiang Qing was sent away to the Soviet Union several times during the 1950s to convalesce in private hospitals. Sometimes she got the impression that her husband was sending her away to avoid her or keep her from meddling further in politics. She received few visitors, but one notable and reliable caller was Zhou Enlai. Though several of Mao's top officials visited the Soviet Union periodically, few of them liked Jiang enough to pay her a visit. Zhou, however, was one of the few power brokers who remained unfailingly kind to her, whatever he thought of Jiang personally. He brought her delicacies and news from home, making every effort to cheer her up, for which she was grateful. Despite this, Jiang would eventually alienate him too, by attempting to have him removed from office. In 1955, it was confirmed that Jiang was genuinely ill after tests revealed that she had cervical cancer. She returned to the Soviet Union for cobalt-60 treatment and remained there for over a year, recovering. She was made quite comfortable in a private hospital in Moscow and a resort in Yalta with access to a film projector and a regularly replenished selection of Western movies, technically banned in both Russia and China. She ate well, listened to opera, and read a great deal. Her attitude toward those she considered subordinates, however, continued to get worse. She would complain that her bath water or the temperature in her room was too hot one moment and then too cold when her staff tried to address the issue. By the time Jiang Qing returned to Beijing, a new decade had dawned, and the political situation in the capital was quite different. Mao's popularity had declined in the wake of the Great Leap Forward. The Germans disastrously executed a 5-year plan to reorganize agricultural activity and maximize the growth of Chinese industry. The results had been horrific, leading to one of the worst famines in human history, during which tens of millions of people died of starvation. Trenchant criticism of Mao was now rising across China, even amongst Politburo members and Mao's top officials. But rather than admit the failures and human miseries resulting from his regime, Mao doubled down. He sought instead to cement his power through a program of cultural and artistic reform, which would squash such avenues of dissent and allay any challenges to his power from popular leaders of the communist movement like Deng Xiaoping or Zhou Enlai. It was in this context that Mao finally granted power to Jiang Qing, of the kind which he had long sought. She would become one of the key architects of the Cultural Revolution that sought to reaffirm Mao's control over communist China from 1966 onwards. As one of the main organizers of it, Jiang was a member of the Gang of Four, along with Jiang Chongqiao, Yao Wunyan, and Wang Hongwen. This quartet oversaw the Cultural Revolution on Mao's behalf, though Jiang was the most powerful of the four. The Cultural Revolution was geared around the idea of instilling a rigorous communist purity into Chinese society. Jiang Qing began by reading and evaluating more than 1,000 artistic works, including films, operas, plays, and ballets, for their conformity to the Maoist principles of socialism, as well as for their lionization of the proletariat. Any works that did not conform to the party line, any art that glorified the wealthy, capitalists, imperialists, past emperors, or the aristocracy, was deemed bourgeois or counter-revolutionary, and were either reformed or banned. Jiang also undertook to identify the most superior works of art in this respect, and to make sure they were recognized publicly as good art, both politically and morally sound. Thousands of artists whose works made them politically suspect had their reputations and livelihoods ruined, and came under attack from Red Guards, which were often little more than gangs of violent youths whipped up into a frenzy by Mao's Cultural Revolution. Those whose political crimes were considered especially egregious were fired from their jobs or forced to undergo ritualized public humiliation, marching slowly through the streets in dunce caps while the crowds jeered and abused them. The most controversial political offenders were imprisoned, some for years on end, and most without charge or trial. Worst of all, Jiang seemed often to wield her terrible new influence on those against whom she held personal grudges. For Jiang, class struggle was a vengeful process in which the proletariat punished and subordinated their oppressors. Jiang's role in the Cultural Revolution saw her reach a position of power which she had never previously held in China, although Mao still ultimately made the final call on all matters of policy. It was the chairman's habit to discreetly pit the most powerful and closest to him against one another in order to keep himself at the center of all possible intrigue. He often criticized one official to another, just to test them, to see how they would respond. Still, Jiang was certainly one of the most powerful people in China between 1966 and 1976. Under her direction, Red Guards terrorized teachers and lecturers in the country's schools and universities, accusing them of political impurity, while the nation's cinemas, libraries, and theaters all became battlegrounds in the bizarre conflict which was both an effort to enforce political purity and also a performative campaign in which the government was well aware that it was systematically terrorizing innocent people with the primary aim of strengthening Mao's position after the disastrous years of the Great Leap Forward. The worst years of the Cultural Revolution, which would ultimately claim the lives of anywhere between 500,000 and 2 million Chinese people in waves of political violence, took place between 1966 and 1969, though it dragged on well into the 1970s. By the mid-1970s, it became clear that the chairman's continued ill health indicated that he was in the final stages of Lou Gehrig's disease, and the talk around him began to turn to succession. It is important to remember that Jiang was only just about to enter her early 60s. Following the death of Zhou Enlai from cancer early in 1976 and the ousting of Deng Xiaoping, she may have believed that there was a path to her claiming power once Mao died. Though she had made many enemies during her rise to power, she had the support of roughly 40% of the Politburo. Jiang also had a good deal of support among China's youth, rural workers, and roughly half the army. During the summer of 1976, Mao sent Jiang what one biographer described as a farewell poem. "You have been wronged," it read. "Today we are separating into two worlds. May each keep his peace. In the struggle of the past 10 years, I have tried to reach the peak of revolution, but I was not successful. You, though, could reach the top. If you fail, you will plunge into a fathomless abyss. Your body will shatter. Your bones will break." This missive seems to suggest that Jiang had Mao's support to become Madam Chairwoman after his passing. And yet, when the top officials came together some weeks later for their final meeting with Mao at his bedside, he appeared much more ambivalent about his wife's potential succession. In fact, he stated quite clearly that he did not think there should be any sort of presidency at all after he died, but that a broad, multi-generational coalition should govern and lead together. "It is up to the Politburo to decide whether Jiang Qing shall be included," he said. Toward the end of his speech, his voice began to fail as he grew weaker. "Help Jiang Qing," he began, before his voice trailed off, and the party members strained to hear his last muttered whisper. His wife's supporters among them claimed that he said, "Help Jiang Qing carry the red flag." Moderates in the room claimed he said, "Help Jiang Qing correct her errors." Mao died on the 6th of September 1976. By then, Jiang had failed to cultivate any support among Mao's top officials or attempt to repair relations with those whose enmity she had earned over the years. At a meeting of the Politburo just days after Mao's death, she encountered no immediate opposition. But less than 2 days after they adjourned, guards sent by the top political and military officials burst into Jiang's bedroom in the middle of the night and arrested her. Jiang spent 4 years incarcerated without charge or trial, though the conditions in which she lived were quite good, and she was permitted regular visits from her daughter, Li Na. By 1980, Deng Xiaoping had claimed power and was overseeing a program of reform that rejected Mao's legacy. The Politburo, in order to put the past behind them, now turned their attention to Jiang Qing once again. She could not be released because of her previous role in the Cultural Revolution, but neither could they make her a martyr for unreformed Maoists. Deng was facing criticism from the left for seeming to have betrayed the revolution with his more moderate policies. The way to rewrite and contextualize history, the moderates believed, was not to blame Mao for the failures of the revolution that many still deeply revered. It seemed far easier to blame Jiang Qing and the other members of the Gang of Four who had overseen the Cultural Revolution. Jiang Qing expressed incredulity when she was informed that she would be placed on trial 4 years after the death of Mao and her arrest. Nonetheless, on the 20th of November 1980, the trial of Jiang and the other 3 members of the Gang of Four began. They were charged with anti-party activities and the persecution of hundreds of thousands of people, leading to tens of thousands of deaths. Far from being cowed by those who sought to force a confession, Jiang remained defiant and unwilling to acknowledge or admit any guilt. She reiterated that her so-called crimes were political and were committed under direct orders from Mao. If she were a criminal, Jiang insisted, then so were most of her judges. They too had carried out Mao's orders to persecute individuals and to use the powers of the state according to the chairman's direction. I was Chairman Mao's dog, Jiang insisted. I bit whomever he asked me to bite. What you are doing now, she continued, is asking a widow to pay her husband's debt. To you all I say, I am happy and honored to pay Chairman Mao's debt. The trial continued for several days, but it was effectively a show trial for Jiang and the other 3 members of the Gang of Four. In the end, when the ruling came down in January 1981, Jiang Qing was found guilty and sentenced to death. However, the judges, still afraid of popular unrest, commuted her sentence to life in prison, provided that she maintained good behavior. Jiang spent the last 11 years of her life incarcerated. In the mid-1980s, she contracted throat cancer and was temporarily released to hospital care for treatment. Watching China slowly change outside her windows, Jiang began to fall into depression. Just as the Soviet Union had gradually reformed in the 1950s and 1960s after the passing of Joseph Stalin, so too China moved to a different model after Mao's time. A new economy with some Western elements was developing, one that would prove far more successful than the controlled economy Mao had disastrously tried to oversee. By the end of the 1980s, it was clear that a new country was emerging, in which Deng's reforms were the key determinant, not Mao's legacy. As Jiang grew older and sicker, she fell into despair. In the early morning hours of the 14th of May 1991, Jiang Qing took her own life. She was 77 years old. The note she left behind read, "Today, the revolution has been stolen by the revisionist clique, and the result of this omission is that unending evils have been unleashed on the Chinese people and nation. Chairman, your student and fighter is coming to see you." The Politburo would not permit Jiang Qing to have a funeral. She and Mao had wished to be buried next to one another, but their last wishes were not adhered to. While Mao was mummified and placed on display in a memorial building in Tiananmen Square, a stern and forbidding sentinel forever guarding the spirit of the revolution, Jiang was quietly cremated and her remains laid to rest in Futian Cemetery in Beijing. Her grave marker bears the name Li Yun-he, not Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing, or the White-Boned Demon as she came to be known, had lived across most of the events which transformed modern China. She was born just 3 years after the millennia-old imperial system came to an end, and she lived through the Civil War, the Second World War, and the establishment of the People's Republic. She had had many names and many lives, first as a poor child, then as an actress, then as a politician's wife, and finally as one of the orchestrators of the Cultural Revolution. Her position was somewhat strange to an extent. Mao and the Communist Party did not allow her to wield much power as his wife for many years. It was only in 1966, after the disaster of the Great Leap Forward had threatened Mao's hold on power, that she truly rose to prominence, as Mao tried to utilize the Cultural Revolution as a means of re-cementing his position. It was then that she finally rose to prominence as a member of the Gang of Four. Over the next decade, her influence over China was entirely nefarious. The Cultural Revolution ultimately led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of Chinese people. The exact numbers are unknown. Worse still was the collective scarring of Chinese society as it attacked itself for the better part of a decade. Though Mao could never be criticized by the government of the country he shaped so much in the 20th century, after his death, those who had survived sought revenge against the Gang of Four. Far from claiming any sort of power for herself, the Cultural Revolution was ultimately the undoing of Jiang Qing as well. What do you think of Jiang Qing? Does she deserve to be as reviled as she is? Or has she been unduly demonized because her detractors could never publicly criticize Mao, since criticizing Mao was to admit that the revolution had failed? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. It is the 11th of March 2018. Nearly 3,000 delegates have flooded into the Great Hall of the People in Beijing, in China. They are there for the first session of the 13th National People's Congress. This inaugural session is different from most others, however. as an amendment to the Constitution has been proposed by the Central Committee of the Communist Party and is due to be voted on as the first act of the new Congress. The amendment is wide-ranging, but the key feature of it is the removal of the clause in Article 79, one which limits the President to serve no more than 2 consecutive terms. The vote passes by almost unanimous consent, and so the way is cleared for the incumbent president to rule China indefinitely and to become the most powerful ruler of the country since Mao Zedong. His name, Xi Jinping, leader of the People's Republic of China. The man known to history as Xi Jinping was born on the 15th of June 1953 in the city of Beijing in the People's Republic of China. Because of the way Chinese naming conventions work, Xi is his family name, while Jinping is his personal or given name, the reverse of Western naming traditions where the personal name comes first. Jinping's father was Xi Zhongxun. As barely a teenager, he had joined the Chinese Communist movement back in 1926 as the Northern Expedition that had brought the Chinese nationalists to power quickly turned into a civil war between them and their recent allies, the Communists. Zhongxun sided with the Communists in the Civil War, which began thereafter. He remained so into the 1930s, despite coming under severe ideological scrutiny at one time. After the Japanese invasion of China in 1937, the nationalists and communists had temporarily put aside their differences to fight the foreign invader. Xi Zhongxun was amongst the communist fighters in the years of conflict that followed. After the war, he returned to the communist side, though, as we will see, in later years, his family can hardly be said to have been rewarded for his long service to the communist cause. Jinping's mother was Qi Xin, his father's second wife. He was one of 4 children the couple had, of which Jinping was the second youngest. Xi, too, came from a communist-aligned family. Xi's childhood was tumultuous. The Chinese Civil War, ongoing since the Northern Expedition of the mid-1920s, had only been put on ice because of the Japanese invasion in 1937. It resumed as soon as the Second World War ended in the autumn of 1945. However, where the Communists had been on the brink of defeat in the 1930s, they exited the Second World War much strengthened, in large part because of how appallingly corrupt the nationalists or Kuomintang were, to the extent that President Harry Truman of the United States was unwilling to provide them with anything near the support that the Soviet Union gave the Chinese Communists after the war. In 1949, the nationalists were driven from the Chinese mainland and established their own miniature state on the island of Taiwan. Today's Republic of China is the direct successor of it. On the mainland, the Communists set up the People's Republic of China as the second most powerful communist state in the world, next to the Soviet Union, and the largest in pure population terms. It was led by Mao Zedong, a figure who had emerged gradually in the 1930s and 1940s as the leader of the Chinese Communists. He was never quite as powerful as Joseph Stalin was in the Soviet Union, though he wasn't too far away from it. Like Stalin, he was also willing to engage in policies which aimed to transform Chinese society in a period of just a few years, with dramatic consequences. In Mao's case, he decided he wanted China to become an industrial power on the scale of Britain within a period of about 5 years, and so in 1958 he initiated what he called the Great Leap Forward to massively increase steel, coal and other industrial output. The policy was horrifically mismanaged and led to a massive famine which killed tens of millions of people. Scholars debate the figure. It could lie anywhere between 30 and 60 million. It was against this backdrop of famine and revolution that Xi Jinping grew up. Xi's family were insulated to an extent from the worst ravages of what many now call Mao's Great Famine, instead of the Great Leap Forward. After the Chinese Civil War ended and the Communists came to power in 1949, Xi's father had been rewarded by promotion into a number of important positions. By no means could he be said to have been a leading figure within the new government. Yet he served at the higher end of the middling bureaucrats in the government, acting as a vice chairperson of the National People's Congress for a time in the second half of the 1950s, just as Mao's 5-year program was being initiated. This meant the family escaped famine or excessive privation. All of that was threatened when Xi Zhongxun was purged from the party ranks in the mid-1960s. People needed to be blamed for the horrors of the Great Leap Forward, and Xi's father was one of Mao's targets. The ostensible excuse for his demotion was his role in the publication of a biography of Liu Zhidan, a figure who had died all the way back in 1936 during the Civil War, and who was seen as a communist martyr whose legacy Mao was anxious to have erased from the collective memory in China. Xi's father was demoted to become a factory worker overnight. By that time, Jinping had acquired what was a decent enough primary education by the standards of China in the 1960s. This involved learning communist thought, a skewed version of Chinese history, and other subjects. The family was forced to relocate to the province of Henan, further inland, as a result of his father's demotion and appointment as a worker in a tractor factory. Reports differ on whether this happened in late 1963, 1964, or early 1965. In any event, it was a major fall from grace for the family as Xi neared his teenage years. While the worst of Mao's reign was unquestionably the era of the Great Leap Forward, bad times still lay ahead. The disastrous policies he had pursued had weakened Mao's position. It was not simply the famine and the mass deaths. Part of the Great Leap Forward had involved a mass building program to erect hydroelectric dams and other pieces of infrastructure. Several of these were so badly built that they were collapsing within a few years. In an effort to shore up his power, in 1966, Mao launched what is known as the Cultural Revolution. Through this, he initiated a campaign whereby he claimed a mass capitalist bourgeois conspiracy was underway in China to reverse the revolution, and that people needed to increase their zeal for his Maoist thought in order to save the revolution. School children were particularly stirred up into a frenzy and ordered to denounce their bourgeois teachers. In the midst of this, Jinping's fledgling secondary education pretty much ground to a halt. The family was also further targeted after their demotion a few years earlier. Jinping's father was arrested and jailed for a period of time, and in the febrile atmosphere of zealousness, his family members were urged to denounce him for anti-revolutionary sentiments. Meanwhile, Jinping eventually took part in the movement which Mao promoted to start sending students to the countryside. The Down to the Countryside movement, as it was termed, one which the dictator had devised as a means of ridding the cities and towns of the lawless gangs of students that he himself had stirred up between 1966 and 1968. Jinping spent time in the countryside in Shanxi province. The experience, although under very strange circumstances, was a formative one for him, and it is noted that Xi, as leader of China, has had a reasonable affinity with rural Chinese people and the relative stresses of both urban and rural life in China. Still, he did not enjoy it. On several attempts, he tried to run away to Beijing and other cities. only to be repeatedly found and sent back to the countryside. This pattern continued for Xi into the early 1970s. By then, the worst excesses of the Cultural Revolution were beginning to die down, although it went on in one shape or another until Mao's eventual death in 1976. Although Xi's father remained periodically imprisoned and under a cloud, Xi managed to begin his political career in the first half of 1970s. For instance, he was appointed as a regional official to oversee elements of the reform program that lingered in the countryside after the Down to the Countryside movement of the late 1960s and early 1970s. He did apply for more formal positions, but his applications were blocked on account of his family being blacklisted. Nevertheless, by 1974, the political thaw was sufficient that he was given a formal position as a local party chairman in Liangzhou. This was hardly the center of the Chinese Communist world. Liangzhou is on the northern periphery of Shanxi province, a very rural and underdeveloped area at the time. To put this in Western terms, it was as though he was being appointed as a local council chairman of a small Midwestern village in the United States. Still, it was a beginning for a young man in his early 20s whose family had been vilified by the Maoist regime. As part of his work here, he developed an interest in modern fertilizers and how they could improve local agricultural yield, an interest which would later translate into him studying for a degree in chemical engineering, which he obtained in 1979 after several years of study at Tsinghua University. Chairman Mao Zedong, the man who had led the Chinese Communists for nearly 4 decades and been the de facto ruler of China since 1949, died on the 9th of September 1976. His death had the almost immediate impact of rehabilitating thousands of his victims, and so Xi's father was finally allowed to return to public life. He was quickly promoted again to become one of the senior officials within Guangdong province. Interestingly, after he essentially became the governor of the province in January 1979, he began promoting the idea of special economic zones that would be used to build up China's economy. Meanwhile, his son had begun his studies at Tsinghua University to achieve the degree which was seen as a major boon to one's chances of promotion in any future political career. This was a period of profound change in China's political and economic life. It wasn't simply that the Maoist autocracy was at an end. There was a sea change in the ideological outlook of the government of the People's Republic as a new generation of leaders came to power. After a miniature power struggle in the late 1970s, though a peaceful one, Deng Xiaoping became the leader of the government in 1978. He was a communist of a kind, though one who was not bound by the ideological straitjackets displayed by his predecessors. Instead, observing the huge economic growth that other Far Eastern nations like South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and Singapore had begun to enjoy in the aftermath of the Second World War, he decided to open up China's economy and make it more market-orientated. The government would remain an autocratic Soviet-style communist one, but economic policy would take on strong elements of the Western capitalist system, albeit always with the state presiding over affairs. This was the beginning of one of the most important developments in modern history. China, after centuries of underdevelopment and crisis, was about to awaken from its slumber and become the economic and political behemoth that its sheer geography and population meant it always should have been. Deng, more so than any individual, would be responsible for initiating this transformation. Xi's luck was that he had just concluded his chemistry degree in 1979 and was ready to embark on his career as China's new economic revolution was commencing. Based on his father's rapid rehabilitation after the death of Mao and the end of the Cultural Revolution, She was quickly promoted into the offices of the military departments within Beijing after leaving university. Then, in 1982, he was dispatched to Hebei province to act as the deputy to the party secretary there, an important position for a man just turning 30, whose family had so recently been in the political wilderness. He distinguished himself in Hebei, overseeing several important infrastructure and development programs. His projects were eclectic. Some focused on urban development projects, another one aimed to develop a local film industry. His efforts caught the attentions of the party planners in Beijing, and he was promoted as vice mayor of the city of Xiamen in Fujian province in 1985. This was the start of a long period of a decade and a half in Fujian, in which he oversaw the economic development of the province and its cities. He wasn't just a doer either, but a theorist. He wrote papers and short books on how to promote economic growth and lift China out of poverty. These were subjects of intense debate in China at the time as the country rapidly modernized. She was always a promoter of the idea that Chinese economic growth should focus on islands of development around major cities, which would act as focal points for further economic growth within these provinces. Airports, highways, and large-scale building projects were part of his multifaceted work in Fujian province in the second half of the 1980s and right the way through the 1990s. Xi's private life changed in these years. Back in 1979, as he finished up his studies in chemical engineering, he had married Ke Ling. It certainly had the air of a political marriage. Xi's father had just been rehabilitated and made a provincial governor, as Deng began reform in China from the top down after the Maoist era, while Ke's father was Ke Hua, a seasoned diplomat who had been appointed as Chinese ambassador to the United Kingdom in 1978. After marrying, it was a very tempestuous relationship. Ling is believed to have wanted to move to Britain to join her father there. Xi wanted to remain in China and begin his fledgling political career. At the end of 3 years of arguments, they separated in 1982. After years of focusing on his career in Hebei and Fujian, in 1987, Xi married for a second time. On this occasion, his partner was Peng Liyuan. 10 years his junior, she was a singer who had acquired national fame in the 1980s on account of her abilities, and would later go on to become an actress in a number of Chinese television programs in the 1990s. Their marriage in 1987 came just a year after they were introduced in 1986. They would have only one child, a daughter named Xi Mingzi, born in 1992. She has appeared every so often in Chinese public life, though there is no suggestion she will ever try to succeed her father politically, as political power in the People's Republic of China remains overwhelmingly in the hands of male politicians. Beyond this, Xi's personal life and personality can often be viewed as a blank canvas. He is widely described as an unemotional man, and it is very hard to tell what he is thinking. Anyone who has observed him in international affairs over the decades will notice he gives little away. He has a number of long-standing and close friends and political allies, and is broadly characterized by his stability, both in personal and political affairs. In short, the man who would come to rule China in the early 21st century is something of an enigma. Xi's career took off against the backdrop of the beginning of China's economic miracle. The decision under Deng to open up the economy was bearing fruit. While the 1950s and 1960s had been chaotic, depending on what policies Mao was overseeing, from 1977 onwards, China entered into a period of sustained economic expansion. GDP growth rates averaged between 8% and 11% in the 1980s. The Chinese economy is believed to have grown by nearly 15% in 1984 alone. right before Xi was promoted to his new position in Fujian province. At first, this economic growth was about making China the workshop of the world when it came to simple goods. Textiles, small household goods, and trinkets of all kinds became the mainstay of Chinese industrial output. Still, while Xi was in Fujian over the late 1980s and into the 1990s, the Chinese government was developing grand plans. In the 1990s, the Chinese began moving from these cheap, mass-produced goods to more sophisticated industrial hardware like automobiles, and then into making small components for technological companies from the United States, who found it cheaper to get these goods manufactured in Asia. By the 1990s, the Chinese economy was surging. Hundreds of millions of people were beginning the largest mass migration in human history from the countryside to the cities and towns. Villages became cities in a matter of years. The humble eastern city of Linyi, for instance, had a population of not much more than 20,000 people in the mid-1950s. Today, over 1.5 million people live there. According to certain metrics, China was outside the world's 10 largest economies in 1980. A quarter of a century later, it would be pushing to eclipse countries like Germany and Japan as the world's second largest economy, behind only the United States. Xi had proved himself to be an enormously capable overseer of this economic transition within Fujian province. His writings on the topic of economic development had also helped cast him as a strong promoter of the policy of economic growth and market development. In 1999, he gained his final promotion in Fujian when he was made a governor of the province. 3 years as one of the most powerful regional politicians in China was followed by promotion to become the interim governor of the province of Zhejiang. This was an important adjustment. Zhejiang is one of the easternmost coastal provinces of China and a center of both trade and economic activity. At exactly the same time, he received notice that he was to become a member of the 16th Central Committee. The Central Committee is the main body of senior politicians of the Chinese Communist Party within the People's Republic. Members have been voted to it since before the Civil War, and its members were viewed as the most senior politicians in the country. These dual promotions in 2002 signified Xi's rise to become one of the few dozen most powerful politicians in China. In Zhejiang, he also earned a reputation for taking a strong stance against corruption. Therefore, in 2007, he was appointed to the Politburo Standing Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. This consists of 7 members and constitutes the most important branch of the government of the People's Republic of China. Xi Jinping had arrived at the very heart of power. A year later, he was elected as Vice President of China. He held this office for 5 years, down to 2013, meaning that for a half a decade, as the world moved through the great financial crisis post-2008, Xi was the second most powerful man in China. It became evident in the course of late 2012 that Xi was being prepared to succeed Hu Jintao as president of China. He was elected as the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party and chairman of the operating committees of the 18th Central Committee of the party. He was theoretically the leader of China from November 2012, though this was only fully acknowledged when he was elected as president of the Politburo in March 2013, in a vote where he received 2,952 votes out of 2,955. The vote confirmed exactly how popular Xi was, and how well planned his entire campaign to succeed Hu Jintao had been. He has since become the most powerful political leader in China since Mao Zedong. It is difficult to determine exactly how long people remain in charge of China, because some leaders exercise their power as chairman of the Central Advisory Committee, some as general secretary of the party, and others still as president. Deng Xiaoping, for instance, first came to power in 1978 as the chairman of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Later, he exercised his leadership as chairman of the Central Advisory Committee. Increasingly, though, whoever is president is leader of China. Since Mao's time, all Chinese leaders have served either 1 or 2 terms, regardless of what their official title was. Xi Jinping has served as president for 12 years and counting as of 2025, and is in the middle of his 3rd term. It became apparent that his was a unique case in the course of 2022, as it became evident that he would be elected to a 3rd term in 2023, having already had his position as General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party confirmed in 2022. Effectively, Xi is the undisputed leader of China. There are no rivals to challenge him. Xi's methods as president have been a mix of pragmatic economic leadership and ideological rigidity. His overwhelming focus is on socio-economic life in China. While China had enjoyed an economic miracle between the 1980s and 2000s, much of its wealth was unevenly divided. Large parts of the country had been left behind, and there were hundreds of millions of people who still aspired to become middle class. Xi championed this program, calling for what he called common prosperity. One of the ways he sought to do so was to break down the huge level of wealth that a class of Chinese people in the major cities had acquired during the 1990s and 2000s, and to try to redistribute it to a broader mass of society. For instance, Xi, perhaps inspired by his experiences in his youth, when he spent years living in the countryside as a result of the Cultural Revolution, introduced policies to favor greater development of rural communities. This was needed in other ways. China's miracle had seen dozens of cities of millions or even tens of millions develop. In order to stop them developing even further and becoming congested, larger towns and villages in the countryside were fostered by Xi's government. He also prioritized home construction. China entered into the largest middle-class building boom in history, with state companies erecting enormous residential tower blocks all over the country. Many of these were planned cities and districts. There are parts of China that can be visited today that are enormous urban centers, and which were part of the countryside only a few decades ago. Xi is not solely responsible for this transformation of China's built infrastructure, but he has played a huge role in it. This being said, it has become evident that Xi's building program became excessive. China's building conglomerates are in big financial trouble, and some of the planned towns and cities that have been constructed during Xi's time in power now lie as ghost estates or entire ghost towns. These broader domestic economic challenges aside, Xi has promoted a new form of Chinese economic development which has surpassed even what Deng Xiaoping championed back in the 1980s. Back then, the idea was to make China the world's workshop for cheap industrial goods. Anyone who grew up or was alive in the 1990s will remember that all manner of small manufactured items came with stickers saying "Made in Taiwan" on them. In the 1980s and 1990s, China determined that these would be replaced with "Made in China" stickers. A more mature economic policy was developed in the 2000s and then really took off in the 2010s under Xi. Through this, Xi's governments have invested huge amounts of state capital into thousands of companies. Imagine that the Chinese government under Xi Jinping has become a giant startup investment agency. It invests into companies that develop electronic cars, technologically advanced solar panels, mobile phones, computers, software, online commerce platforms, search engine companies, and much more besides. The vast majority of these companies that Xi's government has funded have failed, often losing hundreds of millions of dollars in the process. However, for every 10 such companies that fail, one succeeds. Then there are the enormous success stories that make it big, pay off the initial investments tenfold, and have become giants of the world economy. These are companies like DeepSeek, TikTok, and Unitree Robotics. Others like Alibaba, Tencent, BYD, Xiaomi, and Huawei were set up before Xi rose to power. Yet the way his government has championed them as international and not just domestic brands has seen them become worldwide entities. BYD, for instance, was established in the mid-1990s. There is no denying that Xi's government redirected it to become a rival to Tesla in recent years. Often these earlier companies are now engaged in completely different activities, trying to outperform American rivals and becoming key suppliers in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and even Europe. However, the success of these companies has not come without accusations from Western competitors that intellectual property theft and industrial espionage are rife within China, with many claiming that Chinese companies, backed by the Chinese government, reverse engineer Western technology before mass producing cheaper alternatives which undercut the price of Western competitors for a comparably or slightly inferior standard of quality. Therefore, it could be stated that China's economic model is not based on innovation, but rather on copying Western products for the mass production of cheap alternatives. The Chinese government also uses state ownership of companies to maintain more effective control over China. Companies are expected to share massive amounts of data with the government in order to control Chinese society more effectively, or to promote values which align with the regime's goals. This extends also to Western companies that have major presences in China, because Apple has become so embedded in the Chinese economy. It has become a kind of foreign lobbyist for China, even within the United States, as seen in the clashes over US-China tariffs in 2025, when Apple was essentially lobbying for tariffs on China to be kept low. Similarly, Volkswagen has become so dependent on the Chinese markets in recent decades that it has become a kind of foreign promoter of Chinese interests in Europe, fostering stronger ties between Beijing and Berlin at a time when China is looking to expand its influence into Europe as much as possible. Mass-producing advanced technology and equipment is fine, and while China does have an enormous domestic market, with a population of around 1.4 billion people, it also needs to sell to other nations. Xi made this a top priority. In 2013, just as he took over as President of the People's Republic, he launched the Belt and Road Initiative, sometimes referred to as the New Silk Roads. This is a program whereby China either loans or simply gives money to scores of nations to develop key infrastructure, which allows for the speedy transport of Chinese goods to markets all over Asia, Africa, and Europe. There are a number of different roads. The main ones are the traditional Silk Roads running from China westwards across Eurasia. One runs north of the Himalayas towards countries like Kazakhstan, and then into Eastern Europe. Others run south of the Caspian Sea into the Middle East, North Africa, and the Mediterranean. Another runs into India. Two routes are marine ones, running from China's ports to Indonesia, and then further west into the Indian Ocean, splintering off to either run north to the Horn of Africa, the Red Sea, and the Suez Canal, or else moving off southwards towards East Africa and the Cape of Good Hope. China has invested over $1 trillion in developing roads, bridges, ports, airports, and other pieces of vital infrastructure as part of the Belt and Road Initiative. A sign of how ambitious this has been is that when Greece was effectively bankrupt and involved in emergency loan negotiations with the European Union in the mid-2010s, the Chinese attempted to buy the port of Piraeus in Athens to use it as a major endpoint of one of the new Silk Roads in Europe. Xi's ambitions are vast. The Belt and Road Initiative has helped to foster China's soft power. The concept of hard and soft power is a fairly easy one to distinguish. When a country invades its neighbor and takes over a border territory, this is a clear case of hard military power. Soft power is where a state acquires influence and power through more amiable and conciliatory means. For decades after the Second World War, the United States was the great soft power of the world, winning friends and allies by providing aid where needed and fostering democratic governments that mirrored its own. China is slowly pushing it out of the way. For instance, if we go back 50 years, the biggest source of aid and cooperation across Africa was from successive American governments. Now, China is the biggest foreign player on the continent. If one arrives to a resource-rich part of the Congo today, one is more likely to find the locals acquiring the expertise of Chinese mining companies rather than American ones. Xi's Belt and Road Initiative has accelerated this process, not least because he identified a number of key countries that China wants as allies there, notably Ethiopia, a regional power in the Horn of Africa, which plays a huge role in controlling access to the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. Nearly $10 billion worth of Chinese investment has been made in Ethiopia under Xi's direction. Many other examples can be cited. Although first created in 2004, the number of Confucius Institutes designed to promote Chinese culture and interests in foreign nations has also ballooned under Xi. In 2018, he ordered the creation of the International Communications Center to direct foreign-related propaganda programs and efforts. Xi is very alive to the value of soft power. Note how his foreign minister, Wang Yi, seemed to be on an endless tour of world capitals in 2025 as the United States launched a tariff war against practically every nation on Earth. Xi's government's message was clear. China can be your new partner in a new world order. Perhaps one of Xi's foremost accomplishments, though it does not generate a lot of international attention, is the campaign he launched against corruption. Whenever a country experiences a huge economic boom, especially one the size of China, there are lots of opportunities for illegal enrichment. A building project can be located in a certain district if a local party official is given a payment. A sprawling system of social service abuses developed in China. Payments were being made to long-dead relatives or to people who never existed in the first place. In other cities, people pretended to be government officials with fake cards. This extended all the way to the top of government, and Xi made it a cornerstone of his government to net what he called the tigers and flies of Chinese corruption. Tigers being senior officials, flies those committing smaller crimes lower down. Over 120 senior officials were prosecuted in the years that followed, and this set a clear example to the rest of Chinese society that corruption would no longer be tolerated. A system of mass surveillance was put in place, and it is believed that more than 2 million officials have been censured or charged with one corruption crime or another, though many of these are small infringements. Often this can be about clipping the wings of those who they believe are becoming too powerful. The example of Jack Ma, the head of Alibaba, is instructive. Late in 2020, after a number of thinly veiled criticisms of the government, Ma was basically removed from public view and had his positions drastically reduced. An IPO of his company on the Shanghai Stock Exchange was halted, and Ma was basically demoted out of existence by Xi's government, though he nominally retains much of his wealth, if not any influence. The anti-corruption drive is just one prong of Xi Jinping action and thought. Xi Jinping thought has become the orthodoxy of Chinese political and cultural life. This builds on earlier views expressed by Marx and Mao, while offering a 21st century vision of Chinese communism. The official name of it is Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. In many ways, it is actually a more developed form of Deng Xiaoping's views on China's open economy with socialist elements. Xi Jinping thought is derived from both Xi's public speeches over the years and his written and published papers and books. It takes a long view of history and China's development, with Xi stating in one of his speeches that the achievement of China's goals will take a long time and is the struggle of generations. A key concern of Xi in his writings and speeches has been to assess why the Soviet Union, after rising to such immense power in the 1950s and 1960s, suddenly went into decline and quickly collapsed. How can China avoid the same fate, he has wondered. His core belief is that strong party leadership at the center collapsed and corruption took hold among semi-independent rulers of provinces of the USSR. Hence, Xi Jinping thought holds that a very strong central government must continue to hold enormous control over all parts of Chinese life. He also maintains that the government must have complete control over China's expanding military, perceiving that Mikhail Gorbachev's reform program in Russia collapsed in 1990 and 1991 after he lost the support of the military. It is clear from studying Xi's writings and speeches that he does view himself as a Marxist-Leninist who is committed to a communist future for China. There have been many controversial elements to Xi Jinping's rule over China. Mao is seen as the great tyrant by many, the man who killed millions through the ill-conceived Great Leap Forward, and then followed it up with the terror of the Cultural Revolution. His successors have not been saints either. For all that Deng liberalized China, he also oversaw the infamous Tiananmen Square massacres of 1989. Xi's list of crimes is larger. The most infamous concerns the treatment of the Uyghur population of the province of Xinjiang in the northwest of China. This part of China has been inhabited by Turkic and Mongol people since the middle of the first millennium BC. Many converted to Islam over the centuries, influenced by their Turkish brethren further west in Central Asia. Ever since 1949, the communist government had been trying to establish greater control over the huge province by colonizing it with the Han Chinese people. These efforts failed, and in some instances provoked resistance. The Urumqi riots of the summer of 2009, in which nearly 200 Han Chinese people were killed and thousands more were injured by Turkic Islamic Uyghur radicals, was a major turning point. The Chinese government began a repressive approach. This started under Hu Jintao, but it was really under Xi that the worst elements were perpetrated. Xinjiang has been turned into a surveillance province, where state cameras are everywhere in cities and towns. An estimated 16,000 mosques have been destroyed. Huge re-education camps and prisons have been set up through which millions of Uyghurs have passed. Most disconcertingly, birth rates in Xinjiang province have plummeted over the last decade, and it is understood that forced sterilization is being practiced by Xi's government amongst the Uyghurs. Policies like this constitute genocide under international law, although as other international crises have emerged in recent years, the Uyghur atrocities have simply disappeared from the international agenda. The other element of Xi's provincial stance that has attracted international headlines over a period of years is his approach towards Hong Kong. The island of Hong Kong was acquired by the British as a colony at the start of the 1840s and remained so until the UK granted it independence in 1997. In the process, it became a thriving metropolis and major Asian financial centre. When independence was granted in 1997, it was so under the aegis of the One Country, Two Systems rubric. This was the idea that Hong Kong would become part of the People's Republic of China, but it would retain autonomy as a Western, liberal-style city-state for 50 years until 2047. In power as leader of China, Xi has crushed the one country, two systems arrangement. In 2019, the Hong Kong government was pressured into passing an extradition law whereby people from Hong Kong can be sent to the Chinese mainland to face prosecution under Chinese law. Then, in 2020, came the much more serious Hong Kong national security law. This opened the door for Xi's government in Beijing to crack down on free speech in Hong Kong and to begin dismantling all of the things which made society here different to mainland China. In 2022, with the process far along, despite protests that captured the world's attention, Xi visited Hong Kong to appoint John Lee Ka-chiu as the chief executive of the regional government of Hong Kong. Chiu is a hardliner who is now overseeing the final dismantling of the one country, two systems arrangement on Xi's behalf. Since 2022, the pair have worked hand in hand, with Xi publicly praising Chiu in 2024 for his oversight of security laws which crush free speech in Hong Kong. The situation in both Xinjiang province and Hong Kong correlates broadly with the decline of human rights in China under Xi. China is a police state. Its development under Mao mirrored the Soviet Union system of Joseph Stalin at the end of the Civil War and has never looked back. Indeed, a strong reason for the Sino-Soviet split that occurred gradually during the 1950s and 1960s was that the Chinese were more keen to defend Stalin's legacy than the Russians themselves. Under Xi, this system of control has been expanded and has begun to make use of every instrument of new technological surveillance. The internet is heavily regulated, as is state media. This can include everything from Wikipedia to sites on Marxism and the history of communism being banned in China. The result is that ordinary Chinese people have virtually no access to information on issues which Xi's government does not want them to have access to. Notably, the long-standing controversy over China's occupation of Tibet. Xi allows foreign businesses to operate in China, but under heavy censorship rules. Although the United States is the country with the highest incarceration rate in the world, China comes second in terms of prison populations worldwide and is miles ahead of any other country when it comes to the number of citizens which it executes. Xi, it must be said, has relaxed the figure. Over 10,000 were regularly being executed each year back in the 2000s. Under Xi, the figure is believed to have fallen to around 2,000 to 3,000. Clearly, Xi's human rights record is not good. It must always be remembered, though, where the starting point was. Before he ever even became vice president, let alone president, practitioners of the minority Falun Gong religious movement were appallingly persecuted in China, including a program whereby tens of thousands of members were allegedly forced to engage in organ transplants in the late 1990s and 2000s. Xi has continued China's human rights abuses, though he did not start them. The takeover of Hong Kong and the dismantling of the one country, two systems arrangement, just halfway through the 50 years it was meant to run for, is simply one element of Xi's more aggressive foreign policy in the Far East. It was an easy target. More difficult has been his attempt to claim control over the South China Sea. The South China Sea is a relatively small body of water compared with something like the North Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean routes between Japan and America. However, for all its small size, it is one of the world's busiest shipping routes. It encapsulates the waters between southeastern China to the north, Vietnam to the west, the Philippines to the east, and then southwards towards parts of Indonesia. Huge amounts of container ship traffic run through here as goods pass from places like Japan to India or from parts of Africa to the ports of eastern China. According to international law, territorial waters only extend about 22 kilometers away from the mainland of any country. This means most of the South China Sea consists of international waters. But under Xi, China has aggressively tried to take over this vital waterway. There are lots of small islands and atolls here that China has claimed as a means of extending its jurisdiction, while it has also engaged in a program of building artificial islands under Xi's guidance. Much of this focuses on the Paracel Islands, very center of the South China Sea. Xi consistently argues that these are traditional Chinese territories and prove China's claim over most of the South China Sea. Yet some of the islands are little more than shallow coral reefs. China has consequently built up around them. Xi has also sponsored aggressive Chinese naval activities in the region to restrict Vietnamese and Filipino shipping in the region. While the South China Sea issue is a controversial one, it looks unlikely to lead to war and an international crisis. In the long run, China will simply exert its control over the South China Sea, and its neighbors will be able to do little to stop it. Taiwan is another matter entirely. The island has been ruled as the independent Republic of China since the remnants of the nationalist movement fled there in 1949 at the end of the Chinese Civil War. The People's Republic of China has never made any attempts to suggest that it considers it to be an independent nation, and that it plans on one day reclaiming Taiwan, an island which is also now extremely valuable because of its large population and high-tech electronics industry. Xi is no different than any other Chinese leader in this respect. A striking element of this was a New Year's speech which he gave at the end of 2024, in which he proclaimed that no nation or power can stop the eventual reunification of China and Taiwan into one country. He has also ordered naval drills around Taiwan in a way which have been much more inflammatory than any leader since Mao in the 1950s, who was eventually dissuaded from attempting to invade Taiwan because of the threat from the United States if he did so. But does Xi intend on ever actually invading Taiwan? That is possibly doubtful. A destructive invasion could destroy the Taiwanese economy and would lead to enormous international sanctions of the kind which Vladimir Putin's Russia has faced for invading Ukraine since 2022. Instead, Xi will probably try to take a play right out of the Putin lesson book and attempt to establish a pro-Beijing party within Taiwan, combined with economic pressure to create a situation in which Taiwan will become more conducive to voluntary union with the People's Republic. It is hard to say, but an actual invasion of Taiwan does not seem like something which the prudent and conservative Xi will attempt at any stage in the near term. Early in 2020, Xi faced what is probably the foremost crisis of his time as leader of China. For most of the world, the COVID-19 pandemic came to their attention gradually in the first months of 2020. As the name suggests, though, it was first detected in 2019. The origins remain controversial and disputed. The most accepted theory is that the novel coronavirus jumped between possibly several species, including a pangolin, in a wet market in the Chinese city of Wuhan. However, this theory is complicated by the fact that not far from this wet market is one of the world's largest virology laboratories. Perhaps, quite understandably, people soon began to question whether the virus had actually leaked from the lab. The story of the pandemic that followed is well known. The world ground to a halt from March onwards as billions of people were told to remain at home to stop its spread. For Xi, this was a twofold crisis. Not only was he the leader of a nation that is home to over 1 in 6 of the world's people, China also had to deal with lots of questions about the origins of the virus. There was a boom at first too. As Western nations struggled to maintain lockdowns, China's authoritarian system and the command economy it operates looked much more suited to dealing with such a crisis. However, soon Xi was running into criticism. In 2022 and 2023, as vaccines were rolled out and Western economies reopened, Xi maintained lockdowns that seemed draconian and garnered a level of criticism within China which was unprecedented. It was one of the first times his control over China was in any way shaken. More broadly, the way in which the pandemic was dealt with in China points once again to the totalitarian nature of Chinese society. Where large outbreaks occurred in buildings, they were often sealed up, and people were literally imprisoned for days or weeks at a time. Often, when we hear about Xi Jinping in the Western world these days, it is in the context of his relationship with the United States. There is no doubt that there is a kind of economic Cold War underway between China and the US, and that Xi has fostered it in his own way by ordering what could largely be called intellectual property theft from US technology companies and by trying to undercut American businesses in doing so. This strategy has been enormously successful. Consider the manner in which the electronic car manufacturers like BYD have completely undercut much more expensive American rivals like Tesla, or the shock to the world in January 2025 when China's cheap AI model DeepSeek burst onto the scene, demonstrating that it can do what OpenAI's ChatGPT does for a fraction of the price and energy demand. As all of this has occurred, American presidents have become more antagonistic towards Xi. The relationship that has captured the imagination of the public is that between Xi and Donald Trump, although Joe Biden was perhaps even more strident in his criticism of his Chinese counterpart, often referring to him as a dictator and slamming Chinese governance. Trump's relationship with Xi is peculiar. He clearly despises China's undermining of the American economy, although in reality, China has simply taken jobs that would be much more expensive to perform in the US. Strangely, he was decidedly muted on Xi in the first month or two of his second presidency in 2025, before his all-out trade war began to focus on China in particular in March and April of 2025. Xi has not been docile. In a number of public pronouncements in the spring and early summer of 2025, he has made it clear that China is not some economic minnow to be bullied by the United States. It will strike back with sanctions of its own in the developing economic war. What implications all of this will have for future Sino-American relations remains to be seen. Of course, Xi Jinping's biography cannot be fully written. He is still alive, a seemingly healthy man who turned 72 years of age in June 2025. There is no sign that he intends to relinquish power anytime soon. Since Mao's death, a tradition had been established that no Chinese leader served for longer than 2 5-year terms as president or leader in some other manner. Xi is now in the midst of his 3rd term and will almost certainly serve a 4th. If he does so, he would be entering his 80s upon seeking a 5th term. This might not happen. Unlike in the Western world, where in some countries the halls of power have seen a growing flood of octogenarians unwilling to hand over power to a younger generation, China does generally believe in the idea that politicians should be young enough that they have some stake in the future. With the exception of Xi aside, Chinese political leaders are ineligible to be elected to the Politburo Standing Committee and other major governing bodies once they reach 68 years of age. Therefore, while it is likely Xi will serve a 4th term as supreme ruler of China, he might possibly step aside thereafter. As to how the remainder of his time in office will go, it remains highly debatable. Will he attempt to take over Taiwan? Unlikely, unless it can be done by undermining its politics from within. Will China continue to massively expand its global influence through its soft power? Almost certainly. More pressing are problems at home. China's one-child policy, which ran for over a quarter of a century from the late 1970s, has left a lopsided and aging population. Furthermore, the days of the Chinese economic miracle are over. The economy has slowed and is facing many challenges. How Xi responds to these issues in the next 5 to 10 years will determine his legacy in the long run. Xi Jinping is the most powerful leader of China since Mao Zedong, eclipsing even the heights to which Deng Xiaoping scaled as the architect of China's economic miracle back in the 1980s. What is so surprising about this is the straitened circumstances from which he came. It all could have been very different. Although his father was a long-standing communist and had fought diligently for the cause all through the long-running Chinese Civil War, he fell from grace in the mid-1960s during the Maoist purges which followed the disastrous Great Leap Forward. The Xi family were banished to a provincial city, and Xi's father spent much of the Cultural Revolution that followed in and out of prisons. Then, everything changed rapidly after Mao's death in 1976. Xi's father was rehabilitated and made a provincial governor, and Xi soon acquired a foothold in the government. This was not nepotism, though. His rise to power was based on his consistent and effective application as a skilled regional administrator in Hebei, Fujian, and Zhejiang in the 1980s, 1990s, and early 2000s. This brought him to national attention and finally into the Politburo, where he successively became vice president in 2008 and then president in 2013. His years in power have witnessed China cement its position as the world's second most powerful nation and a rival to the United States for political and economic power around the world. His successes have meant that no one challenges his rule in China, even 12 years after he assumed power, while Xi Jinping thought has become an ideology in and of itself. There are certainly a lot of controversial elements to his rule as leader of China, not least the quasi-genocide of the Uyghur people in Xinjiang province, the aggressive dismantling of the one country, two systems arrangement in Hong Kong, the aggressive rhetoric surrounding Taiwan, and the efforts to take over the South China Sea, despite it effectively constituting international waters. But few can doubt that under Xi's leadership, China has continued on the path to power that was started by Deng decades earlier. Unlike the Soviet Union, which experienced its own economic miracle in the 1950s and 1960s, and then descended into decay and decline, Xi has charted a path where China continues to grow and will quite possibly become the world's preeminent power in the second half of the 21st century. Whatever one thinks of him, and he is something of a chameleon in any event, there is no denying his impact on the history of the 21st century so far. What do you think of Xi Jinping? Is he as nefarious a leader of communist China as Mao Zedong was? Or is he basically a figure focused on an ordered state that maximizes economic growth and Chinese power at the expense of civil liberties? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
It is 1991. The Soviet Union is in a state of collapse. After years of decline and attempts at reform, die-hard communists within the regime launch a coup d'etat against the Soviet premier, who is detained. But this plot is soon halted when the ringleaders fail to gain the support of the army and public, who are increasingly desperate for change. With the authority of Moscow weakened, the satellite Soviet republics declare their desire for independence one by one, goaded on by the Soviet leader's rival, Boris Yeltsin, who will soon emerge as president of the Russian Federation. Finally, on Christmas Day 1991, the leader resigns, bringing the Soviet Union to an end after nearly 70 years. His name, Mikhail Gorbachev, the last premier of the Soviet Union. The man known to history as Mikhail Gorbachev was born on the 2nd of March 1931 in the village of Privolnaya in the Stavropol Krai region of southwestern Russia. Privolnaya lies between the Sea of Azov at the northern end of the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, south of both Rostov-on-Don and the city of Volgograd, the latter of which was known at the time as Stalingrad. He was born with a distinct birthmark on his head, a small one at the time, caused by a malformation of blood vessels, though one which grew larger over time. Mikhail's father was Sergei Gorbachev, an ethnic Russian in this part of the USSR that straddled southwestern Russia, Ukraine, and the North Caucasus, and which was consequently an ethnic melting pot. Conversely, his mother, Maria, came from a Ukrainian family that had migrated from Ukraine sometime earlier into southwestern Russia. She and Sergei married in 1928, when they were very young. Mikhail was their first child. They would have another son, but he would not arrive into the world until much, much later, following the Second World War, by which time Mikhail was already a teenager. Mikhail was born at a time of truly revolutionary change in the history of Russia. 14 years earlier, in 1917, in the midst of the First World War, a series of revolutions had eventually brought the Bolshevik communists to power. A bitter civil war had followed over the next half a decade, one in which millions of people had died and famine had stalked large parts of the country. At the end of it, though, the communists had established control over Russia and maintained their dominance of Ukraine and Belarus, as well as much of Central Asia and the Caucasus, though they had lost the former territories of the Russian Empire in the Baltic States region and Poland. In 1924, the first leader of the Soviet Union, Vladimir Lenin, died, and after a power struggle, Joseph Stalin established himself as a ruthless autocratic dictator over the USSR. In 1928, he launched the first 5-year plan, an economic program designed to begin transforming the Russian economy and transitioning towards socialism and communism. What this meant early on was trying to shift away from an overt reliance on agriculture as the primary basis of the Russian economy and towards industry. Trying to rapidly achieve this was chaotic and brutal. A program of creating mass collectivized farms was initiated, leading to severe unrest and creating a man-made famine in much of Ukraine and southwestern Russia that killed millions of people. In the long term, though, the Soviet economy did begin to change. Economic growth occurred in the 1930s, and the shift towards hard industry would be compounded by the outbreak of the Second World War and the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941. Once the work of rebuilding was done in the late 1940s, Russia entered a period of unprecedented economic expansion in the 1950s. Thus, by the time Mikhail would enter his adult years, the changes that were underway when he was born in 1931 would have utterly transformed Russia from the rural, agricultural country which it was at the time of the Russian Revolution in 1917 into an urban, industrialized nation that was the world's second largest economy. Mikhail and his family experienced many tribulations while he was growing up. To begin with, they were living in the epicenter of the region worst hit by the famine of the early 1930s. Though Mikhail would have been blissfully unaware of how bad things were at that time, it was a struggle for the Gorbachevs, who were poor peasant farmers trying to adjust to the government's traumatic imposition of the agricultural collectivization policy. Several extended members of the family, including young Mikhail's uncles and aunts, died during this time as a result of the food shortages. Nevertheless, both his father and mother's families were committed communists. Mikhail's grandfather on his father's side, in whose house they lived during his younger years, had helped organize one of the first collective farms in the district. Yet this brought its own problems years later, as Stalin commenced the Great Purge of the communist system in the USSR, leading to the imprisonment of both Mikhail's grandfathers in the second half of the 1930s. Finally, in 1941, there came the trauma of war, as Nazi Germany and the other Axis powers invaded the USSR that summer. The region where the Gorbachevs lived became the focus of the conflict in Europe a year later, as the German dictator Adolf Hitler attempted to strike a decisive blow against the Soviets by taking both Rostov-on-Don and Stalingrad and securing the Caucasian oil fields further south from these two key cities. This completely disrupted life for the Gorbachevs, while Sergei had already been recruited into the Red Army by then. Though reported as being amongst the millions of Russian men who had died in the conflict at one point, he later turned up alive in 1943. By then, the tide had been comprehensively turned in what Russians like the Gorbachevs would come to know as the Great Patriotic War. While the Gorbachevs were very poor, one of the genuine accomplishments of the Soviet regime amidst the famine and state terror of the 1930s was that education was expanded to be universally available to all, regardless of their social and economic status. On the other hand, young Mikhail's education had been interrupted for several years by the war, and it was only in 1944 that classes resumed. When they did, he began to emerge as a gifted student, with an interest in both Russian and Western literature. He also took an interest in politics, which led to him joining Komsomol after the war, the full name of which was the All-Union Leninist Young Communist League, the youth division of the Communist Party. He was soon in charge of the local branch and used his position to organize a theater group. Mikhail had developed a love for Russian theater already by that time, one which would remain with him for the remainder of his life, often visiting the theater in Moscow in later years once or twice a week. Other interests that he began to develop in the more settled times of the post-war era included an interest in playing the piano and chess. His life was tougher in many other respects. His secondary school was many miles away from the family home in Privolne, and he had to walk nearly 20 kilometers to and from it every weekend. Summers were spent working long and hard days on the farm, but Mikhail had a good role model in his father, who was awarded the Order of Lenin in 1948 for both his farm work and his wartime service. Mikhail was awarded a more junior honor, something which helped not long afterwards when he applied to go and study at the Moscow State University in the Russian capital. the most prestigious university in the USSR at the time. His application was accepted, and so in 1950, he set off north to the capital. In Moscow, Gorbachev became more keenly involved in Soviet politics. He acquired full membership of the Communist Party, a prerequisite for any future political career, while at the same time, he continued to advance within Komsomol. He also met his future wife in Moscow. Raisa Titayenko came from the Altai region of Siberia in central Russia and had arrived at the capital around the same time as Mikhail to study philosophy. They married in 1953. The marriage was one of love and respect, though they would only have one child, a daughter named Irina, who was born in 1957. Raisa would work for much of her adult life as a teacher. Married life for her and Mikhail began just as the country was beginning to change in profound ways. Stalin died in 1953 and was replaced by Nikita Khrushchev, a leader who began a program of de-Stalinization through which he aimed to move away from the overt authoritarianism and state terror that had characterized the dictator's reign. Furthermore, after a quarter of a century of Stalinist terror, famines, war and social turbulence brought about by communist policies, those same policies finally began to bear some fruit as Russia, Ukraine, and the other parts of the Soviet Union entered into a period of unprecedented prosperity and growth. As all of this was occurring, Gorbachev completed his studies in politics and law in Moscow, and then acquired his first postings as a government official back in his native Stavropol region in the southwest of Russia. Over the next several years here, he began a slow but steady progression up the local government administration. For his generation of Soviet politicians, this was how one earned promotion. It had been different in the days of the revolution, when promotion could be achieved much faster through having performed some daring act in the midst of the civil war. Mikhail would spend the better part of 2 decades working as an official in Stavropol. His ascent in the regional politics of southwestern Russia was aided by the fact that he was personally inclined towards the more reform-minded politics of the age. He agreed with Khrushchev's criticisms of the excesses of Stalin's time in control of the USSR and believed that a more open and transparent form of politics would be better for Russia and its communist empire, a belief which he would hold for his entire life. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, while he was still a young man himself, his primary role in Stavropol was to head up the regional Komsomol branches. In the mid-1960s, he was promoted through a number of different positions, working for a time within the Agriculture Bureau and on environmental policies. His relationships with several senior officials eventually led to his acquiring a position as a secretary within the local administration. In the second half of the decade, he undertook numerous trips to other parts of Eastern Europe, and these would prove formative in the development of his political ideology, as he came into contact with people who were a lot less happy about Soviet control over East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Hungary and Poland via the Warsaw Pact, its Eastern European military alliance, than Soviet propaganda back home in Russia would have suggested. He was also sympathetic towards the cause of the reformers who led the Prague Spring in Czechoslovakia in 1968 and looked with disapproval at the violent Soviet repression of it later that year. The removal of the reforming Khrushchev from power in Moscow and his replacement with a much more conservative Leonid Brezhnev back in 1964 had also depressed him, and for a time he considered an alternative career path, though he ultimately remained in politics. Mikhail's decision to continue in politics began to reap a dividend in the 1970s after he was promoted to become first secretary of the regional government of Stavropol. This made him the leader of one of the larger provincial administrations of the country. It also came with a big budget, not least because the Great Stavropol Canal had been under construction here since the 1950s and was due to take many more years to complete. Gorbachev was a guiding influence in the further development of this 480-kilometer-long artificial waterway. Other duties included oversight of the region's large collective farms and factories. As first secretary, Gorbachev was also regularly called to Moscow for meetings of the heads of provincial government, and he began to develop relationships with senior Soviet ministers in the capital. He was also appointed to several delegations of Soviet dignitaries that were sent to Western Europe at a time when a different strand of communism was developing in France and Italy. Just like his visits to East Germany and Czechoslovakia in the 1960s, these trips abroad were formative for Gorbachev. He found the Western countries to be different to the received view of them back in Russia, and that some things worked inherently better within them than in the USSR. This is not to suggest that Gorbachev's ideology ever became one of thinking that the Soviet system was inferior to the Western one, simply that he was able to evaluate both on their own terms and see the pros and cons in each. It was this which would mark him out as distinct from other leaders of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's ascent to become leader of the Soviet Union was fortuitous. He had already been one of the youngest regional first secretaries ever in the USSR when he took the helm of the Stavropol government back at the beginning of the 1970s. Now, late in 1978, he was appointed as the secretary of the General Committee of the Communist Party. This meant that he and Raisa had to relocate to Moscow, though she was soon offered a new teaching position, and he was now at the very center of power in the capital. His work was varied here. Much of it focused on the centralized management of the harvest and agriculture. Other work was more operational and administrative, and his abilities as an organizer were noted. It was these which led to his promotion yet again in 1980 to the Politburo, the political bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, the most powerful governing body of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was appointed as its youngest member at that time, at 49 years of age. His timing could not have been better. The Central Governing Council at the time was staffed by aged individuals in their late 60s and 70s, men who had first risen within the Communist Party establishment during the war. Since 1964, Leonid Brezhnev had led this generation of Soviet politicians. He had been ill since the mid-1970s and eventually died in 1982. The former head of the Secret Services, the KGB, Yuri Andropov, succeeded him, but he was already nearing his 70th year, and he died early in 1984. The third leader in less than 2 years was Konstantin Chernenko. At 72 years old when entering office, his appointment was hardly a long-term solution. And so it proved. Chernenko died after just 13 months at the helm of state. It was then that the party establishment began considering whom from amongst them might make for a suitable leader that would last more than a year or two. A younger man with new ideas was surely what was needed, and thus Mikhail Gorbachev was made General Secretary of the Communist Party and the new leader of the Soviet Union in March 1985. Gorbachev came to power at a time when the Soviet Union had been mired in problems for many years. While the 1950s and 1960s had seen huge growth in the Russian economy and a transformation of the material standards of ordinary people, Thereafter, the system had completely stagnated. Some of this was related to international developments. The 1973 oil crisis also triggered nearly a decade of so-called stagflation in many Western countries, whereby economic growth flatlined even as inflation remained at a persistently high level. However, the Russian case was different. There were some parts of the Soviet economy that had simply become dysfunctional. For instance, in order to ensure that everyone was employed, there were often 2 or 3 people carrying out work that could have been completed by just one person. On top of this, there were overt levels of bureaucracy. Perhaps most worryingly, there simply wasn't the same level of innovation which was present in the US or indeed in countries like Germany and Japan that had been devastated in the war but had bounced back as high-tech economies boosted by association with the US economy and the dollar. Moreover, even when the impact of the oil crisis of the 1970s receded and countries like the US and Britain entered into a fresh period of economic boom in the 1980s, the Soviet economy continued to flatline. These economic problems were also reflected in the military situation, and there was little doubt that the US was winning the Cold War in the 1980s, a far cry from the 1950s when the Russians had been in the ascendant. Gorbachev was aware of all of these problems, and unlike the older generation of conservative leaders that he was now replacing, he was determined to do something about it. He would embark on a reform program that he hoped would once again make the Soviet economy grow and would revitalize the communist system after a long period of decline. Gorbachev's reform program was complex, but it focused above all on 2 things, one economic, the other more political and social. From the economic perspective, Gorbachev favored perestroika, which translates into English from Russian as restructuring. This concerned the reframing of economic policy and ethos in the Soviet Union. Communism is based on the idea of property and goods being held in communal ownership, with the state acting as a powerful broker to ensure that there is an equal division of resources amongst the entire population. This requires a command economy where all elements of economic life are mediated to some extent by the government. However, because of the myriad problems which the Soviet economy had experienced in the 1970s and into the 1980s, many were casting a more critical eye on the communist system within Russia than they would have done in the 1950s and 1960s. Gorbachev was sympathetic towards the idea of some limited reforms, whereby elements of free market economics would be introduced into the communist system. This is hardly so unusual. Within capitalist countries, there are different forms of capitalism. Some capitalist economies emphasize free market enterprise economics, where governments take the view that they should interfere in the economy as little as possible. But others are more interventionist, to balance out what are viewed to be imperfections in the free market system. In adopting perestroika, Gorbachev was claiming that some small elements of the free market system should be introduced into the Soviet economy. What this meant in practice was the introduction of a level of private ownership of property and goods in Russia by Gorbachev's government that had not been seen in the country since the end of the Russian Civil War over 60 years earlier. Reforms were also introduced into how the USSR traded with other countries. The second major prong of Gorbachev's reform program was encompassed in the term glasnost, which transliterates as openness or transparency. This was the idea that ordinary Russians, Ukrainians, and people from the other constituent parts of the USSR should be free to discuss politics in a more open and transparent fashion than they had in the past. For virtually the entirety of its nearly 7 decades in power, the Russian Communist movement had governed along authoritarian or narrow lines. During the long dictatorship of Joseph Stalin, this had been so severe that even talking about political affairs in a public context could have been sufficient reason to end up in the Gulag prison camps of Siberia. Things had moderated in the 1950s and 1960s, but there was still a lot of repression in Soviet society. Moreover, the way to political advancement was seemingly exclusively by working one's way up through the established communist hierarchy, a method which tended to produce fairly unimaginative bureaucrats whose worldview rarely looked beyond preserving the status quo. Gorbachev was arguing for a new approach through glasnost. The Soviet Union would not become a democracy overnight, but there would be greater transparency in terms of how people were put into positions of power and a more open discussion about society and politics. As part of this, a more open media, one which was not to all intents and purposes simply a propaganda wing of the Communist Party, was allowed to develop. In 1986, Gorbachev began regularly using these two terms, glasnost and perestroika, to describe the new approach he was employing towards governing the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's effort to implement these policies was launched through the 12th five-year plan of the Soviet Union, which ran from 1985 to 1990. Through this, a range of other policy measures were implemented. One was uskarenia, meaning acceleration. This was an expansion of something which Andropov had half-heartedly tried to adopt between 1982 and 1984, and which was similar to the concept of economic stimulus in Western capitalist countries. Money was pumped into the system to try to develop a greater amount of mid-sized businesses, though ultimately this had an inflationary effect and was abandoned in favor of a less aggressive form of perestroika before long. Elsewhere, new administrative measures were introduced. Several government ministries and entities were amalgamated into Agroprom, a giant government body in charge of Soviet agriculture and food production. This then engaged in efforts to stimulate local ownership and production, the idea being to create elements of a more free market economy. In all of this, he stressed that what was being introduced was a latter-day version of the new economic policy which Lenin had followed back in the early 1920s. Finally, a prong of Gorbachev's economic policy, one with a social element, was an effort to curb excessive alcohol consumption, which had become a scourge of Russian society, leading to deaths, ill health, and huge amounts of lost productivity. Overall, Gorbachev's reform program would have mixed results. His economic reforms were broadly unsuccessful. Conversely, his political reforms could be viewed as a great success story. People began to really question the society they lived in and how it operated. The only problem, as we will soon see, is that this served to undermine the integrity of the USSR and the Warsaw Pact that it led in Eastern Europe. Gorbachev's reform program was not restricted to domestic affairs. He also wanted to reorientate relations with the United States and the Western Bloc. When he came to power in 1985, the Cold War was in one of its hottest phases of the entire conflict. Not since the early 1960s, when the erection of the Berlin Wall and the Cuban Missile Crisis had pushed the world closer to nuclear war, had things been as bad. Much of this was fueled by the aggressive approach of Ronald Reagan after he entered office as President of the United States in 1981. Reagan and his advisors could clearly see that the USSR was on the back foot as Western economies rebounded in the early 1980s and the Soviet Union remained static. America also had growing technological advantages as it entered a period of dynamic personal computing. Washington consequently decided to commence a new space and arms race of sorts. 1983, Reagan had announced the inception of the Strategic Defense Initiative. The idea was to create a missile defense system in space, which would make it possible to intercept Soviet ballistic missiles armed with nuclear warheads if they were fired at the United States. It was fanciful to imagine that such a system could be developed in the 1980s, and indeed, many people derisively referred to it as the Star Wars program at the time. But in pushing it, Reagan was challenging the Soviets to a new space race at a time when they had neither the resources nor the technical capabilities to engage in one. More broadly, this led to growing tensions between the US and the Soviets, which manifested in November 1983 when the Soviets came close to initiating a nuclear strike after they became convinced that NATO training exercises in Europe, codenamed Able Archer 83, were possibly a front for a real attack on Eastern Europe. Though it is little known about today, barring the Cuban Missile Crisis, this was the closest the world came to a nuclear confrontation during the Cold War. Gorbachev immediately embarked on developing a new relationship with the United States. In November 1985, he and Reagan met for the first time at Geneva in Switzerland. The summit was markedly successful. Reagan and Gorbachev liked each other and were able to get along, though their political ascents could not have been more different, with Reagan having been a Hollywood movie star before he rose through Californian and then national politics to the White House. They both came from humble, rural backgrounds. They also got round to discussing how much both countries had to gain by diffusing the Cold War than by continuing it. Meetings often ran over at Geneva as they discussed a range of matters that went beyond the agreed itinerary. At one point during it, Kenneth Adelman, an American diplomat at the time, remembered Reagan arriving back to the American team after meeting with Gorbachev and proclaiming that Mikhail was a fundamentally different type of Soviet leader to those which the US had dealt with before. This initial good start was followed up on at a second summit in Reykjavik in Iceland in October 1986. Both teams arrived with ambitions to strike a major deal that would cement the perception of a détente or major de-escalation of the Cold War. To this end, Gorbachev was primarily looking to persuade Reagan to abandon the Strategic Defense Initiative, the new American effort to extend its program of nuclear deterrence into space. Reagan wanted to press Gorbachev on domestic reform and issues related to human rights in Eastern Europe. At the end of it, no agreement was reached, as Reagan walked out of one meeting on the issue of the Strategic Defense Initiative, but both had realized how eager the other was to drastically tone down the nuclear threat after decades of heightened tensions. Reykjavik paved the way for the end of the Cold War. In the end, the Geneva and Reykjavik summits bore fruit in 1987, specifically in terms of a wide-ranging agreement on nuclear de-escalation. In the aftermath of the initial meetings in Geneva, Gorbachev had made it publicly known that he wanted an agreement with the US that both nations would begin to scale down their nuclear arsenals with a view to potentially banning such weapons of mass destruction altogether in the 21st century. While this was fanciful, it did demonstrate his commitment to drastically reducing the nuclear threat. The failure to reach a binding agreement at Reykjavik did not scupper these negotiations, and early in 1987, further progress was made when the Americans and their allies in West Germany declared that they would remove some of their nuclear-capable long-range missiles from Central Europe. This gesture of goodwill was followed by a third summit between Reagan and Gorbachev in December 1987, this time in Washington, D.C. Both leaders were facing some domestic turmoil and Reagan's second term in office and time as president was nearing a conclusion, with elections scheduled for November 1988. As such, they both wanted a success out of the summit in the American capital. That's exactly what they achieved. Shortly after lunch on the 8th of December 1987, they signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. This banned American and Soviet intermediate range missiles that could carry nuclear warheads distances of up to 5,500 kilometers. As a symbolic act, it demonstrated a desire to end the Cold War to defuse decades of tensions. Numerous other agreements were reached between Gorbachev and Reagan and his successor George H. Bush between 1988 and 1991, notably the 1990 Chemical Weapons Accord, which aimed to massively reduce chemical weapons stockpiles. Cumulatively, these agreements constituted the most wide-ranging efforts to end the arms race between the US and the USSR of the entire Cold War, though unfortunately many of these agreements have been abandoned by either the Russian Federation or the United States in the early 21st century. Gorbachev was undertaking his ambitious reform program and the efforts to improve relations with the United States while he was confronted by a number of major problems. One was foreign and inherited, and one was domestic and came like a bolt from the blue. On Christmas Eve of 1979, Soviet forces had invaded Afghanistan on the southern border of the USSR in Central Asia in an effort to shore up support for Afghan communists that had come to power in the spring of 1978 through the Saur Revolution, yet which faced growing resistance from numerous parties in the country, including Islamic militant groups. The Soviets became bogged down in Afghanistan in much the same way that the Americans had in Vietnam in the 1960s, unable to defeat an enemy with much more limited resources, but which was able to survive through a tenacious campaign of asymmetrical warfare. By the time Gorbachev came to power, the war in Afghanistan had turned into one which seemingly could not be won, with religious mujahideen being supplied by the Americans operating from bases in the mountains. Gorbachev viewed the war as an unwelcome inheritance. It was clear by 1985 that there was little to be gained from continuing it. He attempted a strategic alteration of approach in 1986, and when this failed to have any impact in 1987, he declared that Soviet forces would be withdrawn from the country. This engagement began in the summer of 1988, and the last Soviet forces withdrew in February 1989. Moscow continued to provide indirect support to the Afghan communist regime, but it was on borrowed time after the withdrawal, and the country descended into a more anarchic civil war in the early 1990s, from which the Taliban would eventually emerge as the new government. The other major crisis which Gorbachev faced early on in his time in charge emerged suddenly. On the 26th of April 1986, the number 4 reactor exploded at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in northern Ukraine, near the border with Belarus and north of the city of Kyiv. When the incident happened, staff had been running tests on the cooling system. A woefully inadequate response by the security team on the ground compounded the situation. Most alarmingly, people were left in place in and around the site for far too long after the incident occurred, exposing them to toxic levels of radiation. Gorbachev himself was not blameless in terms of the response. He followed the Soviet textbook approach of limiting the amount of information being released to the public and pushing through a state solution. Though in evaluating his response, it should be borne in mind that he was not a scientist. Instead, he was operating with the information provided to him in Moscow, which was very poor early on. Eventually, the entire area had to be emptied and a vast containment zone was established. Gorbachev would later reflect that the Chernobyl disaster was possibly the single biggest cause of the collapse of the Soviet Union. It fundamentally undermined faith in the system in Ukraine and led to the sundering of one of the core elements that held the USSR together, the union between Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. It also fueled the drive towards glasnost, to a degree which Gorbachev had not fully intended. What else could be expected, other than more openness, when it was the secrecy of Soviet government that had allowed the disaster to become as deadly as it did? The area around the plant remains uninhabited today, and cleanup costs are still significant for what was the most destructive nuclear accident in history. While just a few dozen people died in the immediate incident and the days thereafter, thousands died from health complications owing to radiation exposure in the years after. The Chernobyl disaster added to a sense of growing unease in Eastern Europe about Soviet rule. Moreover, in the more open environment which Gorbachev was allowing to develop, people were willing to express their discontent in a way which had previously not been possible. This was particularly the case in the Warsaw Pact countries. Nations like East Germany, Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, which were not part of the USSR, but which had formed part of the Soviet bloc of Warsaw Pact countries in Europe since the alliance was created in 1955. Earlier attempted revolutions in Hungary in 1956 and Czechoslovakia in 1968, and the way they were crushed by the Soviets, had convinced a generation of Eastern Europeans living in the Warsaw Pact nations that resistance to Moscow's dictates was pointless and would only lead to a more repressive environment. But now it seemed as though change was in the air. In 1986, there were mass student demonstrations in many parts of Eastern Europe. These were followed in 1988 by nationwide strikes in Poland, led by the Nobel Peace Prize winner and future president of Poland, Lech Wałęsa. These started small at numerous steelworks in the country and swelled in the months that followed, to the extent that the communist government was forced to enter into negotiations with the workers early in 1989. These culminated in an agreement to reform the political system, to introduce a more democratic governmental system. Gorbachev played a significant role in these developments. In the summer of 1988, he visited Poland and informed the government there that they could not expect Moscow to come to its aid with a military intervention of the kind that had occurred in Hungary and Czechoslovakia in 1956 and 1968. Had it been almost any other Soviet leader in charge in Moscow, there would have been a military response. Developments in Poland opened the floodgates to further revolutionary developments in Eastern and Central Europe in 1989. This was epitomized by the fall of the Berlin Wall. Back in 1961, in order to stop a vast population drain from East Germany to West Germany via Berlin, a city that was divided up between the Soviets and the Western Allies at the end of the Second World War, the government of East Berlin began building a physical wall around West Berlin. It had become the very symbol of the Cold War, dividing a city, a country, and a continent. Moreover, while West Germany had boomed economically as the powerhouse of the European economic community, East Germany had stagnated. In late 1989, the wall would come crashing down very abruptly. These events began along the Austro-Hungarian border when the Pan-European Picnic, an event held in August 1989, to symbolize increased communication between the two neighboring countries, led to the border being opened between Austria and Hungary. Before long, there were people traveling from East Germany to Hungary, and then from there to Austria, and north again to West Germany. All of a sudden, the Berlin Wall had become superfluous, and tens of thousands of people began making the circuitous trip to West Germany in September and October. As these developments occurred, security around the Berlin Wall itself was loosened. Then, on the 9th of November 1989, the East German government declared that people could visit West Germany. Within hours, people had gathered to begin physically tearing down sections of the Berlin Wall. By the end of the year, thoughts were turning to the reunification of Germany after 4.5 decades of being a divided country. Gorbachev's response to these events was critical. As with strikes in Poland in 1988, if he had chosen a more hardline approach, he could probably have crushed efforts to open the border between Austria and Hungary and curb the movement of people in the autumn and early winter of 1989. Indeed, one of the concerns of those who organized the Pan-European picnic in August 1989 was that if Gorbachev was seen to tolerate this breaching of the tight border arrangements in Central Europe, it could lead to a coup in Moscow and his replacement as Soviet leader with a more traditional Cold War leader. This did not occur, and while not explicitly sanctioning it, Gorbachev referred positively to Miklos Nemeth, the Hungarian premier, when asked about the developments. Nor did he attempt to stop what was happening in Germany. Free elections were held in the East in February 1990. Monetary union between East and West was agreed to 3 months later, and in October 1990, the two parts of the country were reunited. Incredibly, Gorbachev was more positive about these developments than some of his Western counterparts. Both the Prime Minister of Britain, Margaret Thatcher, and the President of France, François Mitterrand, were both reluctant to see Germany reunited, believing, with some justification, that German unification back in 1871 had destabilized the European balance of power to such an extent that it led to the two world wars of the 20th century. They had grave reservations about allowing Germany to re-emerge as the most powerful economy in Western and Central Europe again. One of the provisions that were placed on the French agreeing to this was that the German Deutschmark would be transformed into a pan-European currency used by the members of what was soon to be renamed the European Union. Therefore, Gorbachev allowed German reunification to happen, whereas Mitterrand demanded the euro currency in return. The fall of the Berlin Wall and German reunification opened up an issue which continues to have striking significance today, 35 years later. West Germany had been a member of the US-led military alliance, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, more commonly known as NATO, since 1955. Reunification created a problem insofar as it involved an extension of NATO eastwards towards Russia and the Soviet Union, as East Germany effectively united with West Germany. This opened up an immediate debate about the future of NATO, as the Soviet Warsaw Pact collapsed in Eastern Europe, an issue with a modern resonance, given that Vladimir Putin has consistently argued that the core reason for Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been to ensure that the country does not become a member of NATO. There was never a formal agreement that NATO would not expand further eastwards, and Gorbachev's statements over the years were not consistent about what had or had not been said in diplomatic discussions in the early 1990s. However, there is little doubt from examining the statements of leading diplomats and government ministers from various countries at the time that there was a tacit understanding that NATO would not expand further east after the reunification of Germany. Indeed, the first months of 1990 had even seen Gorbachev involved in debate about whether German reunification should be contingent on its leaving NATO altogether, so as to avoid an extension into East Germany. There was clear consensus when Germany was granted what was termed a a special military status as a member of NATO, that this would be the final extension of the alliance. And yet the unwritten agreement was soon abandoned. As America's power reached its peak in the mid-1990s, and Russia descended into economic and military collapse, NATO was expanded, notably through mass enlargement in 1999, as Poland, the Czech Republic and Hungary joined, and then the Baltic states, Slovakia, Slovenia, Romania and Bulgaria in 2004. These concessions on German reunification and a wide range of other matters in the Warsaw Pact countries were leading to a growing wave of unrest within the core of the Soviet Union itself. Gorbachev could not win, it seemed. For liberal reformers who wanted to create a Western-style market economy, he was not moving fast enough to change the very nature of Soviet society. While for many conservatives and communist ideologues, what he was engaging in was a complete aberration, a seeming abandonment of 3/4 of a century of Soviet policy and a capitulation to the West. It did not help matters that when Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait in August 1990, Gorbachev broadly agreed with the approach of President Bush in commencing what would become the first Gulf War to force Saddam Hussein out of the small Gulf state. All of these developments led to a lot of grumbling in the Kremlin and the halls of power in Moscow, a city whose politics was still dominated to a large extent by elderly politicians who had come of age back in the 1950s and 1960s when the Cold War was at its height. In a clear sign of how perceptions of Gorbachev could differ within Russia from the rest of the world, in 1990, when he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his role in the radical transformation of Europe's politics the previous year, he actually received quite a lot of criticism within Russia itself. The award was viewed in some circles as a sign of how much of a stooge of Western interests Gorbachev had become. Still, he retained enough support to remain in charge and was re-elected as head of the communist leadership at the 28th Communist Party Congress in the summer of 1990, despite a vocal opposition group presenting itself there. Gorbachev's position as leader might have been reaffirmed in the summer of 1990, but the opposition to his leadership in some circles continued to increase. The events of the second half of 1990 and into 1991 were too much for many. During this latter period, several of the constituent republics of the USSR, like the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, affirmed their independence from the Soviet Union, meaning that it was no longer Warsaw Pact countries that were falling out of Moscow's control, but actual parts of the USSR. While Gorbachev made a strong effort to prevent any further erosion of the Union by negotiating a new Union treaty with republics like Kazakhstan, Georgia and Moldova in 1991, a conspiracy to overthrow him was already brewing within the Communist Party by then. On the 18th of August 1991, the plotters struck in what has become known as the August coup. At the time, Gorbachev was holidaying at his dacha in the Crimean Peninsula. A group of men, including the leading KGB figure, Yuri Plekhanov, visited him there and after gaining access detained him in the house while the coup was being launched in Moscow. In the capital, the vice president of the Soviet Union, Gennady Yanayev, was soon revealed as the head of the conspiracy. He moved to seize control of the government and was appointed as acting head. However, the plotters had not accounted for Boris Yeltsin, a leading figure within the Communist Party who had been acquiring more and more influence as Gorbachev's position weakened in 1990 and 1991. On the 19th of August, Yeltsin famously climbed up on top of a tank outside the Russian parliament in Moscow and spoke out against the plotters. It was a defining moment, one which played an important part in the collapse of the coup in the days that followed. But it also symbolized the manner in which Gorbachev was being completely outflanked by forces that his reforms had unleashed. His days as head of the Soviet Union were numbered. As the August coup collapsed on the 21st and 22nd of August, Gorbachev was released and made his way back to Moscow. There he realized that Yeltsin was increasingly the man of the hour, the new leader of Russia as matters moved very quickly. The pair were engaged in a tug-of-war for weeks thereafter. Yeltsin criticized Gorbachev openly for his handling of the country's politics in such a way that had led to the attempted coup. Meanwhile, the Communist Party's normal activities were being suspended in a highly fluid period in which communism seemed to be collapsing, but in which it was highly unclear what the end result would be. Gorbachev continued to try and promote plans for an alternative union that would keep Russia united with Belarus, Ukraine, the smaller Caucasian republics, and the states of Central Asia like Kazakhstan. In this, he was working at cross purposes with Yeltsin, who was actively promoting the idea of an independent Russia. The end came in December 1991. On the 8th day of that month, Yeltsin met with leading figures from Ukraine and Belarus at Vyskuly, in the Byala-Vezha forest region of Belarus, where they signed the Byala-Vezha Accords. Under the terms of these, it was declared that the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics had ceased to exist, and that Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus would henceforth be independent nations. The accords were agreed to out of a fear that if a voluntary dismantling of the USSR was not effected, then it would descend into war, much like it erupted all across the Balkans in 1991, as Serb-dominated Yugoslavia tried to retain control over places like Croatia. In the days that followed, the other smaller republics of the USSR agreed to the dismantling. With this, Gorbachev's position became untenable, and on Christmas Day 1991, he stepped down as president of the Soviet Union, effectively relinquishing control over Russia to Yeltsin. His goal had been to reform the USSR, but in the space of 6 years in charge, it had collapsed with surprising speed. Gorbachev now stepped entirely away from frontline politics. He played little role in the chaotic politics of Russia in the 1990s. This was a vast country, and one of the world's wealthier nations, yet one in which the state had run everything, from heavy industry and national infrastructure to home ownership and local shops. With the collapse of the Soviet system in such a tumultuous fashion, rather than the gradual reform of it that Gorbachev had favored, the entire country moved into a period of hyper-privatization. Vast state assets were to be sold off. Moreover, this was occurring in an environment of lawlessness, as the systems which had governed Soviet society for 3/4 of a century collapsed. Hyperinflation was also setting in. To combat this, the advice of Jeffrey Sachs, an American economist whose use of so-called economic shock therapy to combat hyperinflation had proved reasonably successful in Bolivia in the 1980s, was sought by Yeltsin's government. His approach did not have the desired effect in Russia, and by 1998, the country would be mired in such an economic quagmire that it had to devalue the ruble and default on its national debt. At the same time, the country's vast resources were acquired by a collection of several hundred Russian oligarchs, individuals who exploited their connections to the Russian political establishment in the 1990s to acquire enormous assets for a fraction of their value. This corrupt enriching of a small and newly emergent elite occurred even as ordinary Russians had their standards of living plummet as the Soviet system collapsed and was replaced by utter instability throughout the 1990s. The Russia of the 21st century was carved during this chaotic period. Gorbachev observed these shifts in Russia's fortunes from outside of the political sphere. He entered semi-retirement in 1992, but he continued to work on various projects, both domestically within Russia and on the international stage. Much of this centered on the International Foundation for Socio-Economic and Political Studies, otherwise known as the Gorbachev Foundation. It was a mix of a philanthropic entity and a think tank that sought to develop ideas for Russia's development in the post-Soviet era. It also aimed at preserving Gorbachev's legacy to an extent. For instance, in the mid-1990s, the foundation conducted work on exploring what perestroika and glasnost had been and what Mikhail had been trying to achieve during his time in charge of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was also intent on establishing himself as an international elder statesman of sorts. While his reputation at home in Russia was mixed, abroad he was a Nobel Peace Prize winner who, along with Reagan and Bush, had brought the Cold War to an end peacefully. He spent much of the 1990s traveling the world in this capacity. The end of the decade, though, was a troubling time for him. His wife, Raisa, was diagnosed with leukemia in 1999. Her condition was advanced by the time it was detected, and despite traveling to Germany to avail of advanced care, she died within a couple of months of her diagnosis in September 1999. In the years that followed, as he entered his 70s, Mikhail slowed down, though he was always reasonably active, speaking out against the US invasion of Iraq in 2003, and even considering a re-entry into Russian politics in the 2000s. In the midst of his own life changing considerably in the 1990s, Mikhail kept a close eye on how Russia's post-war politics were developing. He was critical of Yeltsin, who served as president of Russia down to the very last day of the 20th century, the 31st of December 1999. On the one hand, Gorbachev did not believe that he was managing the transition to a free market democracy well, while on the other, there were personal criticisms to be made of Yeltsin, a figure with a considerable alcohol problem. Gorbachev initially viewed Vladimir Putin more favorably, a former member of the Soviet Secret Services, the KGB, who had risen from obscurity in the final years of the USSR to become Yeltsin's successor when he left office at the end of the 1990s. Yet as Putin began overtly manipulating the political system to remain in power beyond the end of his first 2 terms as president in 2008, Gorbachev became a vocal critic, especially so once Putin decided to run for a 3rd term in 2012. At the same time, he was not entirely opposed to all of the new president's actions. He agreed with Putin that the Crimean Peninsula was fundamentally more a part of Russia than Ukraine, and so was not opposed to the annexation of it in 2014. Nor did he think that the Western nations had any right to criticize Russia for playing a role in the Caucasus, given their own history of global imperialism. When the war between Russia and Ukraine was expanded in February 2022, however, Gorbachev was said to have been extremely critical of it in private, but he made no major public declaration concerning it. This was because his health was very poor by then. He had suffered from numerous ailments since the mid-2010s, including deteriorating eyesight, a heart condition, a bout of pneumonia, and kidney problems. Eventually, on the 30th of August 2022, he died from an accumulation of issues at 91 years of age. He was not afforded a state funeral, and the plaudits for a man who more than anyone else had overseen the end of the Cold War, a process of nuclear détente, and the tearing down of Europe's physical and ideological barriers was notably warmer internationally than it was in Russia. Angela Merkel, the long-serving Chancellor of modern Germany, perhaps captured this best, stating, quote, "To this day I can still feel the fear that I shared with many people in the German Democratic Republic in 1989, whether tanks would roll again. But this time, no tanks rolled. No shots were fired." Mikhail Gorbachev was in many ways an unusual political figure. He rose from relative administrative obscurity to play a highly significant role in the history of the 20th century, and then faded away again almost as quickly. Born in Russia during a period of immense change, he lived through the trauma of the Second World War and came of age in a period of vitality for the Soviet Union, when Russia was experiencing seemingly boundless economic growth and it appeared to be gaining the upper hand in the Cold War. Thereafter, he played a role in provincial administration and rose to a reasonably high position in the central government by the time he reached his 50s. However, he only managed to become the leader of the Soviet Union because of a rapid turnover of leaders in the first half of the 1980s. Once in power, he set about trying to reform the Soviet Union, a polity that had been in decline for many years and which was now clearly losing the Cold War. However, while he was a reformer, he certainly did not wish to bring about the end of the Soviet system. Instead, he wanted to introduce some minor elements of the free market system to buttress the Soviet system, while also liberalizing society. His tragedy was that in attempting to reform the system, he destroyed it. Once a more open environment presented itself, pent-up demand for change led to the collapse of the communist governments in East Germany and the other Warsaw Pact countries. This in turn led to political chaos in Russia, during which he was politically outflanked by Boris Yeltsin, and the whole communist system came crashing down. Gorbachev's career as a major political leader was over at that point, yet he remained a respected elder statesman on the world stage, though less so at home in Russia. Meanwhile, in lieu of the gradual reform which Gorbachev wished to implement, Russia descended into a decade of crisis, from which Vladimir Putin emerged as a successor to Yeltsin. Had Gorbachev's intended reform program been successful, the world might be a more stable place today. What do you think of Mikhail Gorbachev? Was he naive to think that he could reform the Soviet Union without having its power collapse, or could a reformed version of the Soviet system have prospered if it had not collapsed between 1989 and 1991? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. is the 20th of August 1940 in Coyoacan, Mexico. A man in exile reading in his study is attacked from behind by a Stalinist agent, hitting the man hard in the head with an ice axe, penetrating his skull and brain. Despite this terrible blow, the man gets to his feet and struggles with his assailant. Too late, the man's bodyguards come to his aid, beating the assassin off, but a day later, the man succumbs to his injuries. His name, Leon Trotsky, the arch-enemy of Joseph Stalin. The man known to history as Leon Trotsky was born Lev Davidovich Bronstein on the 7th of November, 1879, according to the Gregorian calendar, the 26th of October by the Julian calendar, which was in use at the time. He was born in the small village of Yanovka, in what is today central Ukraine, and was at that time part of the Russian Empire. He was not born with the name by which he is popularly known, but was actually called Lev Davidovich Bronstein during his youth. His father was David Leontievich Bronstein, a relatively prosperous Jewish Ukrainian farmer. The family lived in a somewhat isolated part of Ukraine, which was over 20 kilometers from even the nearest post office. His mother was Anna Lvovna. Although the family was Jewish, they were not particularly religious, and Russian and Ukrainian was spoken at home rather than Yiddish, the language typically spoken by Ashkenazi Jews. The world in which Trotsky would grow up was one in upheaval. For centuries, Russia had been underdeveloped politically, culturally, and socially by comparison with its neighbors in Central and Western Europe, like Britain and France. This began to change in the 19th century. The population of the Russian Empire doubled between 1850 and 1900. Coal production increased 12-fold during this period, while iron and steel production doubled. Great technological advances, such as the introduction of the railways, telephones, and telegrams, also brought Russia and Russians into much closer engagement with mainstream European ideas and made the vast country stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean more interconnected. Accordingly, a vast movement began from the mid-19th century onwards to reform Russian society and end the autocracy and inequality which characterized Russian rule under the autocratic emperors or tsars. In 1861, Russia became the last major European power to abolish serfdom, under which approximately 40% of the Russian population had been effectively under the control of the landholders on whose estates they lived. Further reforms were in store. For instance, censorship of the press was relaxed, allowing for a greater dissemination of political ideas. New political groupings began to emerge in this more permissive political environment. For example, Mikhail Bakunin founded modern collectivist anarchism in Russia in the mid-19th century, which theorized the complete dismantling of centralized state authority in response to the autocratic Tsarist regime. Other groups, such as the Emancipation of Labour Party and the Narodniks, argued for socialism in Russia in the 1870s and 1880s, following the political ideas of the German political theorist Karl Marx. Their ideas began to find increasing support in Russia from 1891 onwards, following a catastrophic famine that year, which claimed the lives of approximately 500,000 Russians. Such was the unrest created by the famine that Orlando Figes, the leading English-speaking historian of revolutionary Russia, has argued that the roots of the Russian Revolution of 1917 can ultimately be traced back to 1891 and the death of 500,000 people at that time owing to food shortages. Compounding all of this were the Tsars themselves. While Alexander II, Tsar of Russia between 1855 and 1881, had started out as a liberal reformer, he retreated from this stance over time. His son and heir, Alexander III, was a highly reactionary autocrat. This was the political and social background against which the man who would one day become known as Leon Trotsky grew up. When he was 8 years old, his father sent him to school in Odessa, the major city of the Crimea on the Black Sea in southern Ukraine. Here, he was placed in an environment in which a historically multicultural city was becoming increasingly Russified, in line with imperial policy. From early on, his rebellious streak was evident, and while at Odessa, he organized a strike against an unpopular teacher. The events of this time also appear to have been formative in the life of the young Trotsky. Writing towards the end of the 1920s, in an autobiography he wrote entitled My Life, an attempt at an autobiography, Trotsky stated of 1891 that it marked, quote, the official date of the political breaking point in this country. Trotsky was not alone in his thinking, and the struggles engendered by the famine led to the rising popularity of the Russian socialist movement in the 1890s. The disparate socialist groups eventually coalesced in 1898 to form the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, a revolutionary socialist party formed to unite Russian socialists in the cause of advancing the lot of Russian industrial workers. The teenage Trotsky was soon involved in these revolutionary political movements, and by 1896 he had relocated to the Black Sea town of Nikolaev, where he joined the Narodniks. A year later, he helped organize the South Russian Workers' Union in the town. Early in 1898, he was imprisoned for the first time, owing to political activities. But Lev Bronstein, the future Trotsky, was undeterred. Later, in 1898, he joined the newly formed Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. Following his arrest at Nikolaev in 1898, Trotsky had been sent to Moscow to face trial for his actions in organizing revolutionary groups in southern Ukraine. After months of inaction in 1900, he was sentenced to 4 years hard labor in Siberia, the thinly populated vast region of eastern Russia, which served as a penal colony for dissenters against the Tsarist regime. His life in exile in the East was tempered somewhat by his marriage to Alexandra Sokolovskaya in the summer of 1899. She had been a member of the political group which Trotsky associated with in Nikolaev, and was a major influence on his decision to shift from being a Narodnik to Marxism or communism. She accompanied him to Siberia. 2 daughters, Zinaida and Nina, were born in the 2 years that followed. Lev Bronstein never served his full 4-year sentence in Siberia. In the summer of 1902, at the urging of his wife, he escaped from the penal colony by hiding in the back of a hay wagon. As he made his way back to Europe, Bronstein reputedly utilized a passport he had obtained bearing the name of one of his jailers from Odessa several years earlier. The surname on the passport was Trotsky, and Bronstein now adopted it as his alias, along with an alternate version of his first name, Leon, as his revolutionary name. Thus did Lev Bronstein become Leon Trotsky, the name the world has known him by ever since. The newly free Trotsky didn't remain in the Russian Empire and instead kept heading west, all the way to London, after escaping from Siberia. Here, he made contact with several leading members of the Russian Socialist Democratic Labour Party, who had gone into exile in England after the Tsarist regime of Nicholas II. Another poor Tsar, who had come to power in 1894, had cracked down on its membership. These exiles included Georgy Plekhanov, a leading editor of the Russian socialist newspaper Iskra, or The Spark, and also viewed as the founder of the social democratic movement in Russia in the 1870s. Trotsky, who is generally regarded as having been a highly accomplished writer and brilliant polemicist, was soon putting his own literary abilities to work with the newspaper. It was also during this period, after his escape from Siberia, that Trotsky met Natalia Sedova. Alexandra had remained behind in Siberia to raise their children, and Trotsky soon married Natalia in 1903. His second marriage resulted in two sons, Lev and Sergei, in 1906 and 1908. Trotsky and Natalia would remain married for the rest of his life. In London, Trotsky came into contact with Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, or Lenin as he has become known, a figure of some controversy within the party. In 1902, Lenin had published a pamphlet entitled What is to be Done? This had opened up a wide-ranging and divisive debate within the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party over the future of the party. On the one side were purists such as Lenin, who believed that the movement should build its support exclusively around the industrial working class against the Tsarist regime, the landholders and the bourgeois middle class back in Russia, while a separate faction argued that the party should seek the support of the middle class against the Tsarist government and the upper class of Russia, which broadly consisted of the church and the aristocracy. As such, the division came down to one between ideological purists, led by Lenin, and an opposing faction of more pragmatic and flexible socialists. These divisions within the party came to a head at the Second Congress of the party, held jointly in Brussels and London in August 1903. The conference was held symbolically between two cities that Karl Marx had lived and worked in around the time he wrote and published the Communist Manifesto with Friedrich Engels. At this meeting, the party split into two opposing factions, known as the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. Bolsheviks means majority, while Mensheviks means minority, which reflected the results of a vote held on the issue at the party congress. However, this somewhat confusingly did not reflect the actual support the two factions enjoyed. In reality, the Bolsheviks, headed by Lenin, had the support of only a minority of the party membership, while in the years ahead, the Mensheviks, led by Julius Martov, were the more popular and powerful of the two factions, which resulted from the split of the Russian Socialist Democratic Labour Party in 1903. Trotsky's initial response to this split in the party was to affiliate himself with the Mensheviks. However, by the autumn of 1904, he had become increasingly disillusioned with the Mensheviks' excessive courting of Russian liberals and the Russian middle class. As a result, he removed himself from affiliation with both the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, and would spend the next 10-plus years as a non-aligned but nevertheless prominent actor within the Russian socialist movement. Unbeknownst to Trotsky at the time, his departure from the Mensheviks occurred just as the cause of political reform in Russia was to undergo the greatest spurs to action that had been seen since the famine of 1891. On the 22nd of January 1905, Father Georgi Gapon led a large demonstration of unarmed protesters through St. Petersburg towards the Winter Palace of Nicholas II to protest against the firing of several workers from the Putilov ironworks in the city over their membership of a workers' assembly. The protest was peaceful, but the large crowds of thousands of people still led to the deployment of thousands of Russian troops. Then, in the late morning, gunfire broke out in numerous locations. Several hours later, when the dust settled, as many as 1,000 unarmed protesters and bystanders had been killed. Bloody Sunday, as the day has become known, inflamed opinion towards the Tsar, Nicholas II, although he had not ordered the attacks. Strikes broke out in most cities and industrial centers throughout the country. This revolution of 1905 was further driven by Russia's loss in the Russo-Japanese War, the first major military defeat for a European nation against an Eastern state in modern times. In response to the escalating unrest caused by these events, Nicholas II re-established the Russian Duma, or parliament, in an attempt to conciliate public opinion, but the country had entered into a phase of increasingly radicalized politics, particularly in the industrialized cities, such as St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Riga. In the tumult following Bloody Sunday, Trotsky elected to return to Russia from his exile in Western Europe. He traveled home through Kiev in his Ukrainian homeland and then turned northwards to St. Petersburg, the capital of the Russian Empire in those days, in the spring of 1905. Once there, he again put his literary abilities to work and began writing for various underground newspapers associated with the Mensheviks. His activities quickly led to him being placed under observation and danger of arrest by the Tsarist regime, and within weeks of returning to St. Petersburg, he had to flee across the nearby border to rural Finland. At the time, this was part of the dominions of the Russian Tsars, but it was ruled separately as the Grand Duchy of Finland, and the police presence was less developed here. Trotsky spent the second half of 1905 moving back and forwards between Finland and St. Petersburg. During this time, he took over the running of the Russian Gazette and increased its readership to some 500,000 Russian readers. It was also during this period that Trotsky became highly influential in the formation of councils or soviets of non-elected workers in St. Petersburg. These were being established in many Russian industrial cities to represent the workers of the capital's factories. By the autumn of 1905, a St. Petersburg Soviet was in operation and had signaled its opposition to the Tsarist regime. Moreover, Trotsky temporarily served as its chairman. It was this role, as a writer and lead agitator, which led to Trotsky's second period of imprisonment. Late in 1905, government troops arrested many senior members of the St. Petersburg Soviet, including Trotsky. He spent much of 1906 in prison, before finally being convicted of inciting an insurrection in St. Petersburg. Thus, in October 1906, Trotsky found himself yet again sentenced to hard labor in Siberia. However, yet again, Trotsky would not serve his sentence. Indeed, on this occasion, he did not even make it to Siberia. While en route to the east in the winter of 1906 or 1907, he yet again escaped from official custody and made his way back west, eventually returning to London in the course of 1907. In London, Trotsky was soon a contributor to the Fifth Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. 35 sessions were held in Hackney at the Brotherhood Church there between May and June 1907. These were stormy, with debates ranging from serious policy discussions about how to foment dissent back in Russia to petty squabbles over whether the Congress should be named the Fifth Congress or the Fourth Congress, as the Mensheviks did not recognize an earlier Congress held by the Bolsheviks as being official. Trotsky retained his relatively neutral position within the party and was consequently employed as an intermediary between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. The Congress is also notable for having been attended by Josip Jogashvili, better known as Joseph Stalin. Within a few months, Trotsky had relocated to Vienna, and it was while living in the capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire that he would conduct his work for much of the next decade. Here, he became involved from 1908 onwards with the Russian Marxist and psychoanalyst Adolf Joffa in the publication of an underground Russian language paper, Pravda, or Truth, which was smuggled into Russia. 1912 saw efforts to reunite the varying factions with the Russian socialist movement. In January, Lenin held a conference in Prague where the Bolsheviks were joined by a number of Mensheviks. Then in August, Trotsky held a further unification meeting in Vienna, but with little success. This was a relatively extraordinary period of time to live in Vienna. At one point in the first half of 1913, Trotsky lived in the center of the city. Others who either lived in or visited this part of the capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire at the time included Stalin, Adolf Hitler, Josip Broz Tito, the future leader of Yugoslavia, and Sigmund Freud, the famed psychoanalyst. There are few similar examples of so many individuals who would shape the 20th century living in such close proximity to one another. Beyond his involvement in the Russian socialist movement, during his exile in Vienna, Trotsky was working on his theoretical views on Marxism. In 1908, he published Results and Prospects, a lengthy essay which built on some theoretical ideas he had conceived and written about in 1905, while in St. Petersburg, during the aftermath of Bloody Sunday. These writings outline Trotsky's views on permanent revolution, his singular contribution to Marxist theory. Trotsky here developed the idea, promulgated by Marx, that sections of the middle-class bourgeoisie would be required to carry out a revolution to implement proper political democracy and a redistribution of land and wealth as a step towards achieving a communist society. Trotsky argued that in Russia, the bourgeoisie could not be relied on to contribute in this way to the revolution, and so the proletariat, or working lower classes, would have to assume the role of carrying out these tasks, a class struggle which would have to be permanent until communism was attained. This theory has gone on to have a substantial impact on Marxist thought well beyond Russia and throughout the 20th century. In combination, these ideas of Trotsky's informed the development of the subfield of Marxism known as Trotskyism, which, at this early stage, was distinctive from Marxism in stressing the need for permanent revolution and support for social revolution in the more advanced capitalist countries through proletarian or working class agitation. Trotsky's view, which was somewhat in opposition to Marx, was that permanent and gradualist social reform would be needed in these countries, whereas Marx had conceived society moving through different stages of development, first capitalism, then socialism, and finally attaining communism. Yet Trotskyism was still a fluid concept, and it would evolve in the years ahead in response to the actual experience of revolution in Russia. While living in Vienna, Trotsky had spent some time in 1912 covering the conflicts which racked the Balkans during this period. His perennial interest in struggles of all kinds, based on class and ethnic divisions, was exhibited during this time in his reportage on the Serbian army's policies of ethnic cleansing against the Albanian people. The Balkans shaped Trotsky's career in exile in more ways than one. It was here in the summer of 1914 that the assassination of the heir to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, while visiting Sarajevo on the 28th of June, created the spark which eventually ignited into the First World War. By the end of August 1914, Europe was arrayed into two opposing alliances: Britain, France and Russia on one side, and Germany, Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire on the other. As a Russian émigré in Vienna, Trotsky was now forced to flee Austria-Hungary and briefly resettled in neutral Switzerland, where Lenin also moved after a period of imprisonment in Austria. In Switzerland, Trotsky began working with the Swiss Socialist Party and wrote a book, The War and the International, in which he opposed the war, in contrast to many prominent socialists throughout Europe who had favored the conflict for varying reasons based on domestic circumstances and also as a conflict which might upend the political situation across the continent and pave the way for the advent of socialist governments. It was this anti-war stance which saw the perennially nomadic Trotsky relocating again in 1916. While in France early in the year, he was arrested on account of his anti-war stance and deported to neutral Spain, from where he was yet again deported to the United States. He was there by early 1917 and lived briefly in the Bronx in New York City. Millions of people from the Russian Empire, many of them Jewish people like Trotsky, had migrated to the Americas in the 19th and early 20th century, and in New York, Trotsky quickly slotted into an established Russophone community. Though he only lived there for a small period of time, he wrote two publications: the Russian socialist newspaper Novy Mir, meaning New World, and the Yiddish daily Der Vorwärts, Forward. It was while Trotsky was in New York that the defining moment for the Russian socialist movement occurred. As with the Russian defeat in the Russo-Japanese War in 1905, Russia's performance in the First World War, which had swept Europe since 1914, had seriously destabilized the political situation at home in Russia. The Tsar, Nicholas II, had taken personal command of the Russian armies in 1915 and was viewed as personally responsible for a series of major military reverses on the Eastern Front. More critically, heavy borrowing and printing of money to pay for the war effort had seen rapid inflation in Russia, and by 1917, the cost of basic foodstuffs had increased fourfold on what they had been in 1914, pushing the poor to the point of destitution. This, combined with increasing food shortages, saw more radical political movements within the country gaining support. From his exile in Western Europe, Lenin called for the war effort to be turned into a civil war of the proletariat against the Tsarist regime. Within the government, this disaffection was not aided by the Tsar's family. Nicholas II's wife, Alexandra, the Tsarina, was originally German, and her nationality became a focus for criticism and suspicion as Russia found itself losing the war to Germany. Moreover, the royal family had begun to place an increasing amount of faith in the abilities of Grigory Rasputin, a mystic who had befriended the Tsar's family, and who popular opinion increasingly saw as being the power behind the throne in St. Petersburg. Although Rasputin was assassinated on the 30th of December 1916, His rise had severely tarnished the reputation of the imperial family in the mid-1910s. These social, political, and economic factors coalesced early in 1917 into severe unrest in St. Petersburg, or Petrograd as it was called after 1914. Once it was renamed to make the city sound less German with its Berg suffix. The population of the city had grown from approximately 1 million people in 1890 to over 2 million in 1917, many of whom were poor, overworked, and severely disaffected industrial workers. In early February 1917, workers in Petrograd began strikes and demonstrations occurred throughout the city. In particular, strikes began at the Putilov mill, by far the largest employer in the city, with upwards of 20,000 workers. The strike here was sparked by the company reneging on a pay increase, which had been promised to allay the workers' difficulties over the food price increase in the capital, when a lockout from the factory began after the strike. Further demonstrations occurred throughout Petrograd, and by early March, well over 100,000 workers were protesting throughout the capital. The Russian Revolution had begun. Things moved quickly. The Tsar was absent from the capital at the Eastern Front, but commanded the army to intervene to suppress the rioting and demonstrations in the capital. This move backfired, however, as many of the rank-and-file soldiers either refused to comply or simply deserted. The Russian parliament, known as the Duma, now moved to establish a committee to establish law and order, while measures were underway to also establish a Soviet or city council of the industrial workers of Petrograd. Meanwhile, Nicholas II, on his way back to the capital from the Eastern Front, was facing increasing pressure to abdicate as the situation in Petrograd spiraled out of control. Confronted by senior members of the Russian military and urged to do so, he agreed to abdicate on the 15th of March 1917 in favor of his brother, Mikhail. However, realizing that he lacked the support to restore order, Mikhail Romanov refused the title of Tsar the following day. Accordingly, on the 16th of March, the Russian Empire of the Tsars effectively came to an end. A provisional government now came to power, headed by the liberal aristocrat, Prince Georgy Lvov. While power within Petrograd itself largely lay with the Petrograd Soviet, over the next 8 months, a power struggle would play out between these two contenders for power, the aristocratic Consilia government and the populist Socialist Soviet. When news of the events in Russia reached Trotsky in New York, he immediately began preparing to return to his homeland. He departed the United States on the 27th of March 1917. While crossing the Atlantic Ocean, he was detained for a month at Nova Scotia, in northeastern Canada. Trotsky's commitment to the workers' struggle was evident here. While detained at a British internment camp, he helped organize mass meetings and workers' agitation. Eventually, the British government released him at the end of April, and he reached Russia in mid-May. Finally, back in Petrograd, he became a major player in the struggle which was materializing. Lenin had also returned to the capital from Western Europe in mid-April, facilitated by the Germans, who believed he would serve to destabilize Russia further and thus indirectly aid their own war effort in the process. In Petrograd, he had quickly established the Bolsheviks as one of the foremost groups in the divided politics of Russia in the weeks after the February Revolution. Despite his non-alignment with either the Bolsheviks or Mensheviks in the years gone by, Trotsky drifted towards Lenin's position once he arrived back to Russia itself. Both figures and many of their socialist allies increasingly sought to overthrow the provisional aristocratic regime and establish a radical socialist government. Government crackdowns on some of the more militant groupings in Petrograd had seen Lenin flee over the border to Finland. However, a failed attempt by the military to seize power in Russia and place General Lavar Kornilov in charge of the government in September 1917 saw Lenin return to the capital in October. Upon his return, the Bolshevik Central Committee voted to launch a revolt and seize power, in response not only to the failed military coup d'etat, but also major military reverses on the Eastern Front, which had seen the German army advancing into Russia itself after seizing Russia's possessions throughout most of eastern Poland and Lithuania. Trotsky's role in inciting the revolution, which followed Lenin's return to the capital, cannot be overstated. It was he who authored the resolution, which was passed by the Petrograd Soviet on the night of the 22nd of October, one which specifically called for the creation of a, quote, military revolutionary center to facilitate the revolutionary defense of Petrograd and the safety of the people from the attacks being openly prepared by military and civil Kornilovites. The resulting revolt occurred on the night of the 7th of November 1917, according to the Gregorian calendar, which is in use all over the world today, but has become known as the October Revolution, having occurred on the 25th of October, according to the Julian calendar, which was in use in Russia at the time. The Revolutionary Military Committee had appointed Trotsky as its chairman, and he was instrumental in the seizure of power in Petrograd through the October Revolution, by bringing the garrison in the capital over to the Bolsheviks' cause. As a consequence, within 24 hours of the inception of the revolt, many government buildings in the capital had been occupied. Then, on the 9th of November, the Winter Palace, the seat of government itself since the 18th century, fell under the control of Lenin, his party, and the Petrograd Soviet. Thus began the long and checkered history of the Soviet state. Within days, the new socialist government began to tighten its control over Russia, with Moscow declaring in favor of the new regime on the 15th of November. Major policy changes were quickly made to begin creating a communist state. All private property was nationalized, as were the Russian banks. Foreign debt was defaulted on. The vast properties of the Russian Orthodox Church were taken into state possession, while factories were placed under the control of workers' Soviets, the members of which were given pay increases and had their working day reduced to 8 hours. In many industrial societies at the time, workers had been expected to work upwards of 12 hours a day, often 6 or 7 days a week, something which had facilitated the emergence of socialist movements in the 19th century. Trotsky's star was in the ascendant in the first weeks of the new Soviet state as a result of his role in the October Revolution and the regard he was held in by members of the Petrograd Soviet. In these days of the revolution, nobody other than Lenin was more powerful within the new regime. His role in the months that followed reflected his status as the second most powerful figure in the government of Soviet Russia. Trotsky was appointed as People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs in November 1917, the Soviet equivalent of the Minister for Foreign Affairs. His first task was the war effort, which Russia was losing badly in 1917. Trotsky's first act was to publish the terms of the Triple Entente, the alliance between Britain, France, and Tsarist Russia, which stated the alliance's agreements to redraw Europe's boundaries and redistribute a significant proportion of the lands of the Central Powers amongst themselves in the aftermath of the conflict and as new colonies in Africa and the Middle East. This betrayal of British and French intentions effectively ended the Triple Entente and put Russia in a war on its own against Germany. It also made life difficult for the British and French, as the President of the United States, Woodrow Wilson, had just brought his country into the war against Germany, but was flagrantly opposed to any expansion of the European colonial and imperial system once the war was over. Beyond these initial moves on the international stage, Trotsky was also soon brought in as a founding member of the Politburo, the political bureau of the Bolsheviks that would govern the new Soviet Union centrally. There were 7 figures on the original Politburo: Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, Grigory Zinoviev, Lev Kamenev, Grigory Sokolnikov, and Andrei Bubnov. Most of them would play a role in the power struggles which engulfed the Soviet Union in the 1920s. As part of his position as People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Trotsky began peace negotiations with the German government in Berlin to bring Russia's involvement in the First World War to an end. These talks began in December 1917. From the very beginning, the Germans laid out highly punitive terms which involved their annexation of huge tranches of the Russian Empire around modern-day Poland, Ukraine, and the Baltic Sea region. The government in Petrograd was highly opposed to such terms, but from early 1918, it was facing increasing opposition from within central Russia to the establishment of the Soviet state. With a major civil war brewing at home, and the Russian army in no state to undertake a resumption of the war on the Eastern Front, the regime reluctantly agreed to most of Germany's terms in the spring of 1918. Trotsky, who was loath to agree to territorial concessions to a capitalist regime, refrained from casting a vote in the decision to accept the German terms which he had overseen the negotiation of. He had hoped that while the negotiations were underway, the German proletariat would overthrow the Kaiser's government in Berlin, but his optimism in the revolutionary cause proved unfounded on this occasion, or at least premature. Socialist revolts would commence in Germany late in 1918. Under the terms of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, signed on the 3rd of March 1918, and named for the Belarusian town where it was agreed, the infant Soviet state ceded all of Russia's territories in Poland and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia to Germany, as well as some territories in the Caucasus and the Caspian Sea region to the Ottoman Empire, Germany's Turkish ally. Russia also recognized the independence of Finland, Ukraine, and Georgia, thus creating new buffer states on its borders. The total losses amounted to over 1 million square miles of Russian territory and 55 million people, as well as a huge proportion of Russia's coal, iron, and steel factories. Lenin was clear that this was an utter humiliation, but the treaty provided the Russian state with time to secure itself at home against its domestic enemies. It was a necessary evil for the revolution to survive. These enemies were multiplying in the spring of 1918 as the Russian Civil War spread throughout the country as far as the Pacific Ocean. By the time peace was established with the Germans and their allies, the Bolsheviks' enemies, a broad coalition of aristocrats, former supporters of the Tsarist regime, Cossacks, army officers, the Orthodox Church, centrists, and even leftists, such as the Mensheviks, who were opposed to the Bolsheviks, had begun organizing themselves into an opposing White Army in opposition to the Soviet Red Army. The Whites acquired significant foreign backing in the shape of aid from Britain, France, the United States, and Japan. Less significantly, other groupings such as the Black Army and Green Army arose in regions such as Ukraine to fight for local rights in these areas against the Soviet regime in Petrograd. There was even a Czechoslovak Foreign Legion involved in the Russian Civil War. These were soldiers from Bohemia and Moravia in the Austro-Hungarian Empire who had joined the Russians years earlier to fight for Czechoslovak independence from Austro-Hungarian rule. They were in Russia when the revolution occurred and ended up fighting against the Soviets in a campaign far to the east in Siberia in what was one of the stranger episodes in the war. What was clear from all of this to Trotsky and the other Soviet leaders in 1918 was that the great powers and many other vested interests were determined to overthrow and destroy the revolution. Having led the peace negotiations with Germany, Trotsky now took center stage in the Civil War effort and the movement to preserve the Soviet Revolution. In mid-March, just days after the finalization of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, he resigned as People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs and was then appointed as People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs. Thus, at the height of the Civil War, Trotsky was effectively placed in charge of the Soviet war effort. The initial problems facing him were the small size of the Red Army and the lack of professionalism within it. Consequently, his first act was an enormous recruitment drive. Within 6 months of his taking charge of the Red Army, its numbers had swelled from 300,000 men to 1 million troops. Eventually, this would increase to 3 million men as new fronts opened, particularly in Poland from early 1919 onwards, as Polish separatists undertook the Polish-Soviet War, backed in particular by Britain and France, to establish what eventually became the Second Polish Republic. Trotsky's methods as Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs were brutal. In order to instill greater discipline in the rank and file, he devised the notorious blocking units, special units which were placed behind the front line of the Red Army troops, charged specifically with gunning down any of their own soldiers suspected of trying to desert or retreat. Many years later in his autobiography, he laid out his thoughts on this. An army cannot be built without reprisals. Masses of men cannot be led to death unless the army command has the death penalty in its arsenal. So long as those malicious, tailless apes that are so proud of their technical achievements, the animals that we call men, will build armies and wage wars, the command will always be obliged to place the soldiers between the possible death in the front and the inevitable one in the rear. These blocking units remained a common feature of the Red Army for many years, and were used extensively again during the Second World War. Beyond this brutal tactic for enforcing discipline on the rank and file in the Red Army, as Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs, Trotsky was also a firm proponent of the Red Terror, the ruthless suppression of political dissent within the military establishment, and the use of labor camps to provide arms and other supplies for the war effort. As a zealous revolutionary and communist, he believed that such measures were justifiable insofar as they would lead to the destruction of the propertied classes and the initiation of a new global socialist world order. In this respect, the example that he set during the Russian Revolution spoke of an individual who could display a savage streak, which was often out of step with his concern for the rights of the downtrodden proletariat. Many of Trotsky's methods would shape the autocracy and violence of the Soviet state in the years and decades ahead. Trotsky's command of the Red Army had also brought him into conflict for the first time with Joseph Stalin, whom, as we have seen, he had met as early as 1905 in London, and who was a rising star of the Soviet regime from Georgia. Stalin had established himself as one of Lenin's closest confidants in 1917 and had been given command over elements of the army in 1918, particularly on the southern front in the Caucasus, near his native Georgia. In the autumn of 1918, Trotsky sought to appoint General Pavel Sitin as commander of the Red Army in the south, but Stalin successfully blocked his appointment, the first in a series of increasingly antagonistic clashes between the two figures, which would have serious implications for the Soviet state in the years ahead. Late 1919 saw the tide turn in the Civil War. At that time, various White Army factions, Polish forces, and the military contingents of newly independent states, such as Finland and Estonia, all backed with foreign support from Britain, the United States, and France, who had sent expeditionary forces to the White Sea around Arkhangelsk, threatened Petrograd and Moscow. However, after the breaking of a brief siege of Petrograd in the late autumn, the Red Army finally went on the offensive in the winter of 1919 into early 1920. The end of the Polish-Soviet War in 1920 and the retreat of a British expeditionary force from Central Asia was a turning point, following which rapid advances were made in 1920 and 1921. Eventually, the Civil War was brought to an end in October 1922, when Vladivostok, the last White Army-held city on the Pacific coast of Russia, fell to the Red Army. When the fighting stopped, the Soviet state had lost some of the territory formerly held by the Tsarist Russian Empire, notably in Finland, Poland, and the Baltic region, where the new states of Finland, Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania had fully established their independence. However, Russia had retained most of its territories, including Belarus, Ukraine, and the Caucasus. The country was devastated, though. On top of the violence and bloodshed, famine had racked the country in 1921 and 1922, difficulties that were compounded by disease pandemics from the Spanish flu, cholera, and typhus, killing upwards of 10 million people when all factors are taken into account. Trotsky's own father died of typhus in 1922. The Russian Revolution had prevailed, though, and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics had come into being as the first major communist state in world history. With the establishment of peace after 5 years of revolution, civil war, and unrest, the focus of the Soviet state turned to rebuilding and restructuring the economy in line with socialist principles. In 1921, Lenin's government began introducing the new economic policy, a market-orientated economic policy which allowed individuals to own small amounts of private property and included various other elements of a capitalist system. The NEP, as it has become known, was conceived as a temporary retreat from more radical socialist policies, while the Civil War emergency persisted. It was fiercely opposed by Trotsky, who had placed himself by the early 1920s at the far left of the Soviet hierarchy, a government which was headed by Lenin, but which was not a dictatorship like that which emerged in the 1930s under Stalin. Trotsky effectively believed, in line with Marxist and socialist principles, that the state should have complete control over the allocation of all output and that Russia should develop an exemplary command economy. He viewed the NEP as being a betrayal of this concept. Nevertheless, the NEP was adopted despite the objections of Trotsky and other members of the left wing of the Soviet leadership. Indeed, despite claims at the time that it was an emergency measure brought in to deal with the famine and other crises, it lasted well beyond the cessation of the war and was the central basis of the Soviet economy until 1928. Trotsky's opposition to it, as well as his immense intellectual and rhetorical capabilities, saw him emerge as the leader of the left wing of the Soviet regime. Many have gone so far as to suggest that it was he, not Lenin, who was the, quote, genius of the revolution, with his organization abilities and ideological heft, winning the Civil War and ushering in the creation of the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, as the Civil War was being brought to an end, Lenin's health had begun to deteriorate, opening up serious questions about who would succeed him as head of the Soviet state. He suffered 3 strokes in relatively quick succession between May 1922 and March 1923, finally culminating in partial paralysis and loss of his motor functions, including the ability to speak. When he eventually died on the 21st of January 1924, the Soviet hierarchy, the Politburo, had been preparing for his passing for over 2 years. As Lenin's health had deteriorated from 1921 onwards, it had become apparent that there were 2 major figures who might succeed him as the ostensible head of the Soviet state, Trotsky or Stalin. From the October Revolution of 1917 onwards, Trotsky had effectively been number 2 in the administration, second only to Lenin. His leadership of the Red Army had cemented the wider public perception of Trotsky as the successor designated to Lenin. However, within the Politburo, things had begun to shift. Trotsky was a zealous, often aloof and introverted intellectual, one who was not the most naturally ruthless of politicians. His opponent was the very opposite. As Lenin's health deteriorated, Stalin had obtained the position of Central Committee General Secretary, through which he exercised enormous powers of patronage within the government. Between his appointment as General Secretary in 1922 and Lenin's death in January 1924, Stalin focused on building a coalition within the Politburo to support him and undermine Trotsky's position. He was also responsible for overseeing the formal creation of the USSR in December 1922. Stalin's ascent was particularly assisted by the formation of a triumvirate of himself and 2 of the other most senior members of the Politburo, Lev Kamenev and Grigory Zinoviev. This troika would allegedly share much of the power in the post-Lenin world by opposing Trotsky's succession to Lenin. Lenin had his suspicions about Stalin. They were significant enough that in 1923, shortly before his 3rd stroke effectively incapacitated him, he changed his last will and testament to warn the party about Stalin and anoint Trotsky as his successor. Nevertheless, by mid-1923, Stalin's monopolization of power was too far advanced, and he had placed his followers in many important offices, alliances within the higher brass of the Politburo, which held firm in their support for him against Trotsky. At first, Lenin's death in January 1924 seemed to usher in little explicit change in the workings of the Soviet government. The revolutionary government's first leader had been incapacitated for months anyway, and the Politburo seemed to go on governing by collective assent. However, the reality after his death was quite different to those familiar with the internal workings of the Politburo. The troika of Stalin, Kamenev, and Zinoviev now effectively predetermined the decisions that were made by the Politburo. Moreover, Trotsky's diminished position was signified and made public a year after Lenin's death when, on the 6th of January 1925, he was removed from his position as Commissar of Military and Naval Affairs, and even his chairmanship of the Revolutionary Military Council, the position he had occupied in 1917 as arguably the single most decisive character in the inception of the October Revolution. He was allowed to retain his position as a member of the Politburo, but Trotsky increasingly found himself ostracized from any real power within the Soviet regime. 1925 saw him becoming an increasingly isolated and remote figure, estranged from effective power and outside the decision-making circles he had once been so prominent within. When the troika of Stalin, Kamenev and Zinoviev broke up later in the year and Stalin turned against his erstwhile allies, Trotsky is notable only for playing no role in the machinations that followed their downfall. Stalin's split with Kamenev and Zinoviev ushered in the final episodes in the scramble for power in the post-Lenin years. Ultimately, the last acts of Trotsky's career as a revolutionary in his homeland, at the 14th Congress of the Bolshevik Party in Moscow in December 1925, saw him ally with Kamenev and Zinoviev against Stalin and his faction to form what has been termed the new opposition. The speeches they made laid bare that this was now a fight for control of the party, but it was ultimately one in which Stalin was victorious in the months ahead. The death knell of opposition to Stalin's monopolization of power within the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet state did not finally come until 1927. In October that year, Trotsky and Zinoviev were expelled from the Central Committee. When they then attempted to organize counter-events to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of the Bolshevik seizure of power in October 1917, the police intervened to break these up. In early November, the pair were expelled from the Communist Party. Eventually, Kamenev and Zinoviev capitulated to Stalin at the 15th Party Congress in December 1927. However, Trotsky refused. As a consequence, in January 1928, he was removed to Kazakhstan, east of the Caspian Sea, before being deported to Turkey a year later. Consequently, the lifelong revolutionary yet again found himself exiled from Russia. He would never return. Perhaps Trotsky's fate was better than those who remained. Russia, in the years of Trotsky's last exile in the 1930s, descended into paranoia, terror, and bloodshed, as Stalin tightened his grip on power. Other dissenters in the years ahead, who favored Trotsky's approach to communism, often faced hard penal labor in Siberia. Many more were disappeared or killed by Stalin's regime. The culmination of this reign of terror was the Moscow show trials, when Sergei Kirov, a senior Bolshevik politician, was assassinated on the 1st of December 1934. His murder was used as a pretext for the removal of Stalin's former allies, Lev Kamenev and Grigory Zinoviev, who had formed the Troika with Stalin in the mid-1920s, and who had helped him to reduce Trotsky's influence within the party. They were arrested, found guilty of involvement in Kirov's murder, and both executed by firing squad on the 25th of August 1936. The Great Purge, or Great Terror of 1937 and 1938 followed, during which Stalin and his secret police wiped out all opposition to the regime in Russia by branding individuals as opponents of the state and Trotskyists. When all was said and done, as many as 1.2 million people died in these years, either through judicial executions or, more commonly, in the horrendous conditions of Stalin's forced labor camps, known to history as the Gulag. As a result of Stalin's reign of terror in the 1930s, Trotsky outlived nearly all those who had remained behind in Russia and opposed Stalin in any fashion, or indeed many people who had simply tried to live in political obscurity in the USSR in the 1930s. After his departure from Russia, he spent 4 years in Turkey, before then living in France for 2 years, between 1933 and 1935. These were often years of limited liberty. In Turkey, for instance, the government of Kemal Atatürk placed Trotsky and his family under close observation and restricted his interactions, wary of having such a noted revolutionary living in their country. That said, it was not an entirely uncomfortable existence. They were given the use of the Yanaros mansion of the island of Buyukada here in the Sea of Marmara, not far from Istanbul, from where Trotsky wrote while looking out over the sea. One of his major concerns at the time was the rise of fascism across Europe in the wake of the Great Depression, an ideology which in Germany in particular was rabidly antagonistic towards Russian communism. After 2 years in France, Trotsky was moved on by the French authorities and he departed for Norway, but following official pressure there from Russia, he was deported to Mexico, where he arrived early in 1937. It was his last place of exile, and he would eventually die there in 1940. His last years in exile were not spent idly. He remained a prolific writer, writing several books including his History of the Russian Revolution and his autobiography. He also worked with the Socialist Workers' Party of the United States while in Mexico and gained supporters amongst members of the Chinese Communist Party, which was undertaking its long and bitter struggle to gain control of China. Moreover, in 1938, he and his supporters founded the Fourth International, a communist revolutionary and internationalist alternative to the Stalinist Comintern. It was almost certainly this continued activity and Trotsky's never-ending revolutionary zeal which led to his death, fueled by the paranoia under which all of Russia was suffering in the 1930s. Despite the fact that he had been in exile for many years and that his own position in Russia was unassailable, Stalin had determined in the latter part of the decade to dispense with Trotsky permanently, even in faraway Mexico City. Indeed, Trotsky had lived for many years under the threat of violence. In Turkey, for instance, he had lived near to exile communities of former white counter-revolutionaries from the Russian Civil War, who were themselves in exile in Turkey since the early 1920s. Many were potentially plotting against him, and he had a permanent bodyguard in Turkey. The threat seemed to have diminished when he relocated to the other side of the world, but now, on the 24th of May 1940, the fear of violence returned when Trotsky barely survived a raid on his home by Stalinist assassins. It was only a temporary reprieve. 3 months later, another assassin was successful. On the 20th of August 1940, Ramon Mercader, a Stalinist agent, broke into Trotsky's home in Mexico City and drove an ice axe into Trotsky's skull. The blow was poorly delivered, and it was not until the following day that Trotsky finally died in a Mexico City hospital after he had been operated on extensively. He was 60 years of age at the time. Despite being very far from his homeland, some 300,000 people made their way to his funeral service in the days that followed, in a country which had experienced decades of left-wing politics and revolution itself in the first half of the 20th century. He was laid to rest in the grounds of his home in Mexico City, which is the Leon Trotsky House Museum in the city today. Trotsky's death did not bring the spectre of Trotskyism to an end in the manner which Stalin might have hoped for. As the revelations concerning Stalin's megalomania and tyranny back home in the Soviet Union mounted, particularly so in the 1950s after he died, and once his successor, Nikita Khrushchev, denounced his excesses, Trotsky became a revered figure. For many, he emerged as the counterpoint to what Stalin had been, where the Georgian was viewed as a dictator who simply used communism as a smokescreen to attain absolute power in Russia. His great rival of the 1920s was perceived as an ideological purist, a true communist who was the driving force behind the Russian Revolution and a figure who would have led the USSR along a much better path had he emerged victorious in the power struggle that followed Lenin's death. As a result, a very large number of communist and radical socialist movements in the second half of the 20th century identified themselves specifically as Trotskyite in their ideological approach. This included numerous communist movements in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, as well as European intellectuals like Jean-Paul Sartre, while Trotskyism also has had a significant bearing on the Labour Party and various prominent socialist political parties in Britain and France since the 1960s. Consequently, for many, Trotskyism became the acceptable face of communism, a way of viewing what the Soviet Union could have been if the revolution had not been corrupted by Stalin. Though this view is perhaps overly simplistic in overlooking Trotsky's ruthless disregard for human life in the manner in which he led the Red Army during the Russian Civil War. Lev Bronstein, who is known to the world as Leon Trotsky, was one of the most fascinating figures of Russian history, a deeply committed socialist and believer in the cause of communism. He spent his entire adult life fighting for that ideal, twice fleeing exile to the penal colonies of Siberia and spending 15 years as a revolutionary nomad between Russia, London, Vienna, Switzerland, and the United States, before finally returning triumphantly to Russia in 1917 and playing a leading role in the October Revolution. Following the creation of the Soviet state, he was instrumental in the civil wars that followed, essentially becoming the key figure in the early professionalization and development of the Red Army as a formidable revolutionary army. But Trotsky's abilities and intellectual significance extend beyond his practical impact on the government of early Soviet Russia to his role in shaping the very nature of communism itself in the 20th century, particularly with the theory of permanent revolution, which influenced communist thinkers in Africa, the Caribbean, and Latin America for decades to come. Yet there is also a paradoxical quality to Trotsky. While at times he was a seemingly humane man, committed to workers' rights and the good of the proletariat, he could also be brutal in defense of the cause of revolution, as his development of the concept of blocking units within the Red Army testifies. Overall, though, his ruthlessness was no match for that of Joseph Stalin in the power struggle which followed Lenin's death in the mid-1920s. Trotsky ultimately ended up the loser in this clash of wills, and his later years were something of an anticlimax, spent yet again in exile from Russia as his rival for power plunged the new Soviet state into years of autocracy, repression, and bloodshed. What do you think of Leon Trotsky? Was he a humane revolutionary under whose influence the history of Soviet Russia could have been spared the worst excesses of Stalin's regime? Or was he a ruthless ideologue who would have made any sacrifice to make communism a reality? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
1968, the height of the Vietnam War. From a secret bunker, an aging revolutionary plots an audacious offensive. The objective: to strike at the heart of the enemy in the south and drive them out of the country. He knows the immense risks and the colossal scale of the undertaking, as his health is failing, but his resolve is unshaken. The battle for the future of Vietnam is about to begin. The man's name: Ho Chi Minh, the communist who defeated the West. The man known to history as Ho Chi Minh was born Nguyen Sinh Cung on the 19th of May 1890 in the village of Kim Lien, in the province of Nha An, in what was then the French protectorate of Annam, in present-day central Vietnam. His father, Nguyen Sinh Sac, was orphaned at a young age and was adopted by a scholar named Huang Duang, who educated him in the Confucian classics. In 1883, Sac married his adoptive father's daughter, Huang Ti Luan. The couple moved into a small hut next to the Huang family house. They would go on to have 3 children over the next 7 years, including the future Ho Chi Minh in 1890. During this period, Nguyen Sinh Sac was studying in preparation for the civil service examinations, while his wife worked the rice fields and looked after the children. The 19th century was a tumultuous period in the history of Vietnam. The region's society and culture had been heavily influenced by Imperial China to the north since the early first millennium BC. Vietnam enjoyed long periods of independence from Chinese rule, but on other occasions, when a strong government prevailed in China, Vietnam was effectively a vassal of its more powerful northern neighbor. From the 15th century onwards, owing to the periodical instability of the Ming and Qing dynasties in China, Vietnam, which was known primarily as Da Viet in pre-modern times, was broadly independent. At the beginning of the 19th century, the southern warlord Nguyen An defeated his rivals to become Emperor Gia Long of Dai Viet, or Great Viet, in 1802. 2 years later, the country was officially renamed Vietnam. Nguyen An had come to the throne with the assistance of a small force of Frenchmen. The French presence in Vietnam dated to the 17th century, at which time French, English, Portuguese, Spanish and Dutch explorers, traders and missionaries had all been trying to gain a foothold in the Far East. Increasing numbers of French missionaries arrived in the region in the first half of the 19th century. By the 1850s, the Vietnamese court viewed the Catholic missionaries as a political threat. Hostilities between the French and Vietnamese began in 1858, and by 1867, the southern third of Vietnam had become the French colony of Cochin, China. From 1863, the neighboring kingdom of Cambodia became a French protectorate, and in 1883, the French continued their campaign into central and northern Vietnam. Despite attempted Chinese intervention on behalf of the Vietnamese, by 1885, the French had gained control of central and northern Vietnam, which became the protectorates of Annam and Tonkin, respectively. While the Nguyen dynasty remained in place at the capital of Hue, the French authorities exercised effective power over Vietnam, which together with Cambodia and Laos formed the colony of Indochina. During the latter part of the 19th century, the colonial authorities faced several revolts from the Vietnamese. In 1885, the scholar official Phan Dinh Pung launched a revolt from the province of Nha An. While Peng and his revolutionaries resisted the French for more than a decade, he failed to restore absolute power to the Nguyen emperors and died of illness in January 1896. Although Nguyen Sin Sac failed to pass the regional examinations in 1891, his performance was impressive enough that he continued to study and opened a school to educate local children to support the family. After a second attempt in 1894, he received the grade of Kunya, equivalent to a master's degree. This was a rare honor for the village, and Sac was granted a plot of land for his achievement. The following spring, he went to Hue to take the imperial examinations but was unsuccessful. He remained in the capital and enrolled in the Imperial Academy, briefly returning to his home province to bring his wife and 2 sons. Soon after their arrival in the capital, the family moved into an apartment near the imperial palace. The young boys received instruction in Confucian classics from their father and observed the palace guards performing drills and marching in parade. In 1898, after Sac failed the imperial examination for a second time, he decided to take a job as a teacher in the nearby hamlet of Dong No, where the 2 boys were first introduced to the Chinese language. Then, in August 1900, Sac was appointed as an examinations clerk in Tan Luo, in northern Vietnam, and left the capital to carry out his duties. While his elder brother joined his father, 10-year-old Kung remained in Hue with his mother, who was pregnant with her 4th child. Shortly after giving birth to a son, she became ill and died on the 10th of February 1901. Kung's father, Sac, had made a detour to Kim Lien on his way back to Hue when he heard of his wife's death and hurried to the capital to bring the children back to the village. At less than 11 years of age, young Kung had lost his mother, and his father's employment situation in French-ruled Vietnam was precarious. Despite this unrest, Kung's education had been progressing well during these years, and after returning to his native village, his father entrusted his studies to the local scholar, Vung Tuk Do. Vung's elder brother had fought alongside Pan Din Pung in the struggle against French rule, and he was fond of telling stories to his students about the exploits of patriotic heroes from Vietnam's history. A few months later, Sac returned to Hue, and Kung was placed in the care of his maternal grandmother. The boy enjoyed fishing, flying kites, and climbing nearby hills, one of which was crowned by a temple to Nguyen Duc Du, a 13th century general who defended the country from Mongol invasion. Meanwhile, his father passed his exams at Hue at the 3rd time of asking, and was awarded a Po Bang, or second-class doctorate. Despite this great honor, Sac had no interest in serving a bureaucracy controlled by the French. While Vietnamese elites had been accustomed to writing the language using the Chinese script, the French colonial authorities promoted the use of Latin scripts, known as Quoc Nu, which would become mandatory in 1910. When Sac returned to the village to teach, his son Nguyen Sinh Kung was 11 years old. In accordance with Confucian tradition, Sac gave his son a new name, Nguyen Tat Tang, meaning he who will succeed. Tang initially studied at his father's school before being sent to another school in a neighboring village. He eventually returned to study with his father, who believed that education was about improving character rather than memorizing texts to pass exams. Young Tang enjoyed reading the Chinese classics, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and Journey to the West, but was irritated that most of his school texts were about Chinese rather than Vietnamese history. On one occasion in 1901, he walked over 10 kilometers to the provincial capital of Vinh in an attempt to buy books about Vietnamese history, but found he did not have enough money. So he had to make do with memorizing key passages, which he repeated to his friends after returning home. Despite growing up in an anti-French environment, Tang was keen to understand more about the French and wanted to learn the language. In September 1905, he enrolled in a Franco-Vietnamese school at Vienna. In 1906, his father finally decided to take up a better-paying government job, and Tang and his brother joined their father in Hue, where they enrolled at the Tung Ba School. There they received instruction in Vietnamese, French, and Chinese. The following year, both brothers entered the National Academy in Hue, founded by the French in 1896 to offer Western-style education for aspiring officials. Under the influence of his teacher, who had studied art in Paris, Tang began to appreciate French culture. At the same time, he became increasingly involved in politics, and when peasant unrest reached Hue in May 1908, he served as an interpreter